Namaskar, good morning, good day. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi Wanakkam, namaskaram. This is Mr. Suraj Singh speaking from Bharat, India on this day, 29th August 2020. And regarding daily talk, as usual, that is general issues, engineering management, management engineering organizations, safety, quality, and whatever is required depending on talk and depending on circumstances. As usual, daily, thankful to the all. I am thankful and grateful to all those who tried to view this video from overseas and from Bharat. Thank you everyone for taking interest and writing your comments. I'm encouraged by that. Welcome. If you want to write something, you write something. If you want to talk something or raise questions, you can send messages. I will answer to you. And if there's something issue you can raise, you can call me by video. I will answer you if it's a relevant question. If it's a professional question. No other question please. No other question. Other questions are not welcome. Personal questions are not welcome. Because this is not personal talk. This is public talk for profession, for engineering and for every issue, because this is the reality of life, the writing. Writing is reality of life, which made us nowadays missing, unfortunately. Handwriting, then mind writing, unfortunately is missing. What can I do? I can't do anything. It's missing. And then, of course, as usual, identification of, let's say, oh my goodness, this is some usual script of based on, same file I show you as I show daily. I didn't revise that for long because there's nothing to add into that except that COVID is rising, and I usually take few seconds every day for COVID, not as a subject, just for general information. And this is product or virus cannot be said. This engineering management as well, systems and changes and organization. You can say challenge and human thinking, and that's what I say. Only human thinking, only resort. General concrete specifications, total systems and quality structured one, and soil engineering reports, FEDEC, whatever is possible out of this, I take opportunity. And general, of course, general talk regarding personality development and regarding lead we have to take in life. Lead is very important. Again I say lead is very important. Lead in anything. Whatever you want to take lead, you can take lead. Not necessary that's your subject, no subject. Lead can be taken everywhere. This question of mine is, it's not necessary you have to be specialist in that. You can take lead in whatever field you want to take. That's what life is. Lead or led, you have to decide. It's your decision. It's your capacity building. It's your power. Whether you want to lead or you want to follow. That's your choice. You want to lead or follow. But I think lead is very important from every point. If you take lead in life, lead is very important factor. Those who can lead should lead. They are bound to lead, and those who don't want to lead, they accept everything right or wrong. I have no suggestion for them. My suggestion is only for those who want to go ahead, move ahead in life and take and avail that opportunity for their development. And that development, of course, is not easy. That depends on your hard working, your interest, your involvement on any issue, anything, any point of view. Not to say Means you cannot confine their mind to one aspect or other aspect, and that's called practice. That's not, I'm not saying building practice, but practice. Practice. That's called practice. I would say practice is, and building means you have to build yourself. In this building education is, everyone has to build not one building. You have to build many personalities in you, and that's what I'm saying. Building here, and now you have to compact yourself. Compact yourself is very important. Compaction, that is, you have to compact. You have to compact your personality into something, and then consolidate that. It's all properties of engineering. I'm trying to connect to you, and that's what life is all about. You can say life is also engineering, it's nothing else. Engineering, if you use engineering as a verb, if I say engineer it, it's life. Or else you can say you have to engineer yourself. So it's not profession of engineering, life is not professional, but it's engineering. When you say do something, what do you mean by that? So, just for example, now COVID-19 is moving very fast, there's nothing, no major issue, except that it's moving very, very rapidly, extremely rapidly. It's moving in our country, Bharat, India, it's moving in Europe, it's moving in Far East, it's moving in America, Canada, it's moving in Africa, and Brazil, and means there's no place, and we are going to lead now, I think. Time has come that Bharat, India, is already, I think, today has crossed 34 lakhs, or 3.4 million, approximately 3.4 million, and yesterday it was 78,000, more than 78,000. Day before yesterday it was 75,000 or more. So for last 2 days it has been increasing very fast, and it's maybe 100,000 per day for sure. So I have a prediction based on this observation. They are testing, and 8% results are positive. This means keep 8% figure. Minimum infection, if you actually consider today, because they cannot test all, but if we consider today, it's expected that we have 80 million. We have 80 million or 8 crores infection as today if we test all. This may increase based on time, this may increase, so we should be very serious in Bharat, in India. But I am not finding that degree of seriousness among public as well as among government. I think one MP also lost life in Tamil Nadu. Just now I got that news. This Tamil Nadu MP lost, and Punjab Chief Minister also isolated or quarantined, and of course our Home Minister is in hospital for same, and our past president, what's happening to him. He's struggling to live. He's struggling. He has been struggling for more than 2 weeks, and we can say if COVID is attacking all such high figures, what very small person is. So only protection is used for PPEs, personal. I know for mask is not very, it's not foolproof matter to protect, but only something. And if mask is not foolproof, you can use a handkerchief. Cover your handkerchief. I think is better. I think it's better in the sense I'll show you how it's better. I'll just demonstrate how it's better. You see, if you use handkerchief, you will use something like that. This is your handkerchief, and you will use something like in that position, and that way you will use it, and you cut it, you tie it from back. So what happens? Only eyes you have glasses. There is no way that something can enter this side or something can enter this side, or even if it comes from there, it is some hanger here, and these are closed and this is closed. So it has covered, completely surface of your face, below your eyes, and half of your nose. Well, I think this is better protective. You are getting air from here also. You see, this portion you are getting some input of air, so there should be no problem for breathing. Well, I think it's better than mask. You again see what I am saying is, see, we keep it here like this and tie it here on this side, so it can be tied up from behind, and I can say that It's there. This is there. Now you see yourself. It's covered. This portion is covered. There's a rare chance it gets here because it's touching your skin here, a temple. It's touching the skin. It's covering this. If you use glass, even if you don't use glass, it may enter your eyes. I can't stop that. If there is a possibility that the steroid enters through your eyes, means it then enters. But it may not enter your nose, no chance. And here is your ventilation. You can say you have window to respire. And you use this better, I think. And it can be washed in a number of times. You can say this can be washed. If you think, I think mask is not very foolproof. It's not very reliable. It's outstanding. I think the handkerchief. You can have a bigger size handkerchief, a small one. And I have been using this, even this at home. Now I am not using because I am sitting at second floor and there's no one here and nobody comes here except myself. It remains closed all day, and in morning time I use this place for this purpose. I sleep here throughout night, and early morning I go down. I use this throughout day because many people come to my home, so I use this throughout day. I never take it down, and if I go outside I use this. Even in WC I use this bathroom only at time of taking a bath. I wear it out. So I would suggest that. I'm not saying I'm doing very good, but I analyze that. Means my job is to analyze. I'm an analyst, because every engineer should be an analyst. If you are not an analyst, then you are not engineer. There's no meaning. There's no interpretation of engineering if you cannot do that. And I really feel it very important. The public should realize at this stage, because in India we are moving very fast. And it's according to calculation, it shall be 180 million. 8% on average you are moving. So be careful. It's no joke. The relaxation time is gone. This, you were just making fun of COVID till now. If you ask someone, oh, COVID is nothing, Corona is nothing. If you ask some person, oh, what is Corona? It is no use. People are recovering. Means it is foolish statement if somebody says people are recovering. No one can recover from this. This is my challenge. No one can recover from Corona, because Corona is treatment not available. Nobody knows what's treatment. And how can you say recover? Yes, you can say we have more resistance now. We can live with this, but we cannot recover from this. No doctor knows its treatment. No scientist knows its treatment. This is very much true. Nobody knows treatment. On what basis you are saying recovered? Have you taken out Corona if your body? You are not taken out. This is a false statement, imaginary, hypothetical, political statement. We have taken away, survived this. Actually, infection is a problem. That is not a problem. Once who dies, you get rid of problem. But those who live with that is big problem. Whatever time in life it can cheat you, it happens. It affects brain. It affects memory power. It affects your nervous system. It affects your heart. It can affect your kidney. Every part of your it can affect. So we have to be very serious about this. It's not question of joke. Somebody says, oh, Corona is not for poor, it's for rich. It's not question of poor or rich. It's question of we don't know that. That's important. So if you don't know something, it's a problem. Good morning, Mr. Mohit Sharma. Thank you for joining. Mr. Sharma, okay, fine. I should say that throughout the world there's a degree of madness occurring everywhere. In England there's a degree of madness about school joining or not joining. And somewhere else and then in Sweden there is a foolishness. Nothing happens to that, and they are enjoying. They say, oh, we have been successful keeping schools open during this pandemic. Means I can say before affecting body, it has affected minds of world. Minds are free. It is free mind. Free minds can't think. That's another point. We see something is happening and we are not taking care. Unfortunately, I don't blame governments, because governments are not doing anything, but I blame public as well. I wrote something to police commissioner along 1 month back, and they take it lightly. Show me where people. I wrote that people are not using masks. Why don't you take action? What you are doing? It's your job to take action. Then they call me, tell us where people are sitting without mask. I said, no, my job to tell you where people are sitting. Am I there full time with them? Go and see public. No, we are taking care. And they are taking care. See, everyday cases are rising. Police is just enjoying. The police guys are sitting on road and streets. They are playing on mobile. They themselves are not using masks. Unfortunately, when you are talking, it's necessary to be without mask, use mask. But they themselves are noticed. How can they hold people responsible for this? People are above police, but people are careless. And I have to fight every day someone. The day before yesterday, I had a big fighting with someone. The fighting is not correct, but people don't listen. People don't listen. What can you do if you don't listen? Women don't listen, kids don't listen, youth don't listen. Youth, a particular danger from youth now. Reports are coming in that youth from age of, as a kids age 5 or 10 to 20 years or 20 to 40 years, they are increasing the number of these infections. Why they are increasing? Because they are careless. Yes, you are youth, you are young, everything is okay. But corona is not friend of anyone. It's friend of everyone, it's enemy of everyone. We have to consider, we do not know corona. Until we know its facts, we cannot take solution. Solution will never come. And I am just advising that it's not going to stop in coming month or next. It's going for many years. It's such a design by Almighty. The Almighty has to teach lessons to each and every person in this world. Because we have spoiled nature, we have broken earth, we have broken earth's supports, we have broken earth supports air, earth supports all we have broken. So it's really our responsibility. And our politicians are playing games, our leaders are playing games, all are making use of this misfortune. Somebody is trying to make money, somebody is doing this. At this stage, they are even thinking of money when people are dying. Lakhs and crores of people have died throughout the world. The reports are very limited. We have, if you take today, you test everyone today, if it is possible, I'm just assuring you, it's not less than 8 crores infections. You calculate yourself. But unfortunately, we are not able to do that. That's why every day we say, today we tested so many lakhs and we are getting so many infections. This many infections are there. It's your weakness that you are not able to test them. You are able to test few lakhs, only say 8 lakhs you test. It's very small amount. Where there are 130 crore people, how many days will you take? 130 crore, 1300 million people. And your scale is 8 lakhs per day. This means infection exists. You are not able to pick it up. That's your problem. It's inefficiency of government, inefficiency of public. We are not able, we say, oh, today only 34 lakhs. No, it's not 34 lakhs. It is your statistical entry that you have reached to that number of people. Fact is, 8% on an average, it was someday 8%, someday 9% of so many tests you are conducting, that's infection report. So this means if you keep an average of 8%, 130 crore people, let's take out 30 crore, 100%, 100 crores, it's 8 crore. Simple calculation. There is no need of a rocket science or trigonometry or differential calculus here. It's so simple. Why don't we be serious? For whom we are waiting? Point is that every day somewhere is lockout, somewhere is no lockout. What's the meaning of lockout at this stage? When disease has spread, it has become public disease, become not community, super community disease. Still we are not taking care. When shall we take care? After death? Or once we get it? There is no facility. If suppose 8 crore people are there, do you think can you make? You have no problem. No problem. What no problem? You have no hospitals. You have no so many. How many doctors do you have? Can they take care of 8 crore people? No, they can't take care of it. It's impossible. We are number one now in the world. To be very frank, it has to be accepted. Forget America, for everything. They may take care, may not take care, it's their problem. Our problem is very grim because our people can't afford high hospitals. We can't afford Apollo, we can't afford Escort, we can't afford all those. Only those rich people can afford. All politicians at public cost they are getting treatment, not at their own cost. So public cannot afford its cost. A poor person cannot afford that cost. This means you have left poor to die. It's blame to public that we are not serious. I am not blaming government. If government is functionless, government has no efficiency. Government has declared we have failed, and actually government has failed. They are not doing their job. They are subjecting there's something maybe you can say lakhs of students to danger of COVID. Is this time of examination? You just tell me. Is it right time? Can you think? Can you write questions, answers? You cannot. So why are you in a hurry? Why court doesn't apply its mind? Or they are not applying it, they are not gods, I can simply say. Judges are not that level educated, can apply mind, they are well educated. But why don't they give you correct answer? Why are you subjecting so many students to that attack? Yeah, at this time, such youth are being all caught by this. World Health Organization clearly says this up to 20 to 40 years or 15 to 40 years are at critical junction this time. So why do you subject 25 lakhs students to such attack? Can't you wait for 6 months more? Let it die down, let it be diminished, or if cannot diminish, what's purpose of examination? How shall they study if this continues? You have to find solution for that first. You have to establish infrastructure for that. Where is infrastructure? There is no system. You can't appear in examination in strain mode. You are there in this time it is strain, not stress. It is strain, complete change is there. When I say strain, it's about stress. It's difficult. So we have to be very serious about public, and we have to teach public. Unfortunately, there is no system that is teaching public currently. It's duty of all to self-educate and to educate others. We are not doing this. Every day some report comes that aerosol is also responsible now. And what's aerosol? People do not know what is aerosol. If you ask someone what's aerosol, they won't answer because they don't have information. They must be given information through media, through every system, but they are not getting information. If you ask them, oh no, there's nothing, no corona, they say there's no corona. If you ask someone, go to some village and ask, oh, it's only for cities and not for, what does it mean? If this is for only urban areas or rural areas, there's a differentiation now. Before it was differentiation, this has been procured by Muslims. No? Oh, no, it's from cities. This doesn't confine to cities or to someone. You are misled. You are misled by antisocial elements, whoever they are. Why are you believing in remorse? Why television channels are not doing their jobs? Why papers are not doing their job? There is no job done by them. They are just spreading fabricated news in favor of government and not in favor of public. Our Prime Minister is sleeping, our President is sleeping, and of course public is sleeping. It's duty of public to save itself. If Prime Minister doesn't save public, it's public only to save itself. But public, you go and see in market, I have seen, no one is carefree. Hawker, vendor, chaos corner, you see him, he's selling tea. There's nobody tea. The person who is buying tea is without mask, and person who is making tea is also without mask. That applies to ice cream seller or to some other kulcha chola seller. You go and see. I have seen myself. I ask many and they don't take it seriously. When you say they put like this and then take out. No, nose is not covered, mouth is covered. Sometimes nothing is covered, is hanging. What does it mean? What's function as a hanging? What's function of mouth is closed and nose is open? There's no function of this. If mouth is closed, it's no meaning, You wear or don't wear, it's not the same thing. This means a lack of education. Why lack of education? Because police is not taking interest. If you write to police, they feel why somebody has written us. We are doing everything. They are doing nothing. And they are doing everything. Means complete breakdown. There is lockdown, it's breakdown also. Breakdown of information. See, only 2 or 3% people are intelligent in every society. Not more than that. Maybe maximum 5%. 95% people can't think to that level. They only follow. So we are a following society. We are not intellectual society. We can clearly say we are a non-serious society. We never feel any serious thing. When we know that the report says 34 lakh people have been infected, then we don't understand that. Why don't we understand that? If you ask someone, they will take their sari and do like this to show that. Why do you want to show someone? It says seat belt like this. Oh, policeman is coming and I tie seat belt. You are living for policeman. Are you trying to protect yourself, or policemen shall challan you? That's why you protect. This is what is called absence of seriousness. Why should I worry about policemen? I have to worry about my health or about a police. Am I living for police or I am living for myself? This information must be accepted by everybody. You must receive this, that it is your problem to solve. It's your wife's problem, your family problem. If you are not serious, your people will be sick in your family. All shall catch it. Your neighbors shall catch it. This is very simple statement everybody should understand. But no, they won't understand because we are non-serious people. We are non-serious. We don't take anything seriously. And this is our drawback. This is not only drawback of illiterate people, it's drawback also of elite class and educated community. They're also same, no difference. There's no difference. Means just to show others you are wearing, or where it's prohibited you are taking out and wearing there, otherwise you are not wearing. I have seen very responsible people, because there is some temple in my area and some people keep coming there, and I stop them. Don't come without this. Means you are not serious about your life, then how can I expect that you are serious about my life? So you are coming to infect others, though your intention is not that, but your act indicates that you are going to infect others, and you must be serious about that. You are, first thing, you are doing it and anti-legal, anti-law. You are doing anti-law here. You are illegal act you are conducting, and then you are fighting with me. Why I am telling them? I am not fighting with you. You go and jump from a building. Why won't stop you? But I have to take my protection, because you are coming without this. You can release this virus droplet in my air, my house here, or my building here. Why should I accept that? You leave that droplet there and you go, somebody else comes and that inhales that. Who is responsible for that? You are responsible, I am responsible. Other person is affected. So you have no right, you have to take public safety on top priority. This is a show of public safety, not your own safety. If you want to commit suicide, but why you force others to die? That's the question here. So every right I have to talk to you about this, to beat you if required, if you don't listen to me or don't come to me. I don't want to talk to you. I went to a shop, some person asked me, what do you want? Oh, shut up, first use your mask and then talk to me. Or I don't want to buy this from you. Why you are subjecting me to this disease? And who are you to subject yourself also? You are sitting in public place. You have no right to subject yourself as well as others. This is clear message from this COVID. COVID is very efficient. It's consolidated its basis all over the world. First time. All over the world. It has not spared any country. It has not spared any religion. So religion is zero here. Countries are zero here. Whole world is one country. Humanity is religion. COVID has given clear message. But we don't understand this. We keep our actions in political arena. That's our priority. Nothing else. We want to win elections. All our country, all in this world, they want to win elections. They are not interested to solve this problem. You can take American question, you can take our question, or you can take Belarus question, you take another question. We take whichever country you want. Politics is working its way, irrespective of what COVID is saying. Unfortunate this is. Very unfortunate. MP dies, CM is in, you can say in quarantine. Haryana CM is in isolation. Everywhere is happening. Now Haryana says we can lock down Monday and Tuesday. What's the meaning of that? Means just to say we are will it stop it? If you lock down on Monday and Tuesday, what's the purpose? Now whatever has to happen has happened. Whatever had to happen, you can't stop that. Disease has been public. It has worked. There was a time nobody acted. Now there is no time they are acting. They are pushing people to die. They are pushing people. Just like Thomas Johnson, this English Johnson. He is pushing, forced to go to school and die. He is rigid in this. Hey, oh no, you have to go to school. It's question of future. A question of future lies if they live. If they don't live, what's question of future? If I live, I think of future. If public is subject to COVID, your future is gone even if you survive. Because it's not gone. It is in your body. No surgeon has taken out. Till now, no one has recovered in the world. That's a fact. And the average says, oh, we have so many percentage survivor, we have recovered, we are recovered. All foolish statements from all over the world. Nobody has recovered. Again it's come. There have been cases in Hong Kong, in Netherlands, in Germany, and many places after being discharged, 3 or 4 months passed and reinfected. What does it mean? It means it survives in your body. Okay, during your hospital isolation or your home isolation, it has become inactive. But when it finds a similar environment, similar condition, it regains its power and starts working again. This is my thinking, my intellectual engineering analysis. And I written many times on Facebook. Do not worry about this, take care. But people take it jokingly. because we do not know, nobody knows. So why we can with confirmation say, now there is a cry, vaccine incoming, vaccine, which vaccine is coming? What is vaccine? Do you know pathology of this? Do you know basics of this? You do not know. Then how do you say vaccine? What vaccine? It will just give you resistance, augmentation of resistance, additional resistance, and that's it. That you can take without vaccine also. You drink water, boiled water, immediately you drink. Don't let it cool. Boiled water is always 100 degrees Celsius, and you just take cup of water, just like you think you are taking tea, and drink sip by sip. You can do twice or thrice if you take. Hold it. Don't take cold water. So your body temperature remains 80 degrees, 90 degrees from time to time, twice or thrice a day. You maintain resistance. You don't sleep in air condition, you sleep in normal fan, you will have your resistance. Like that, low temperature and high humidity are supportive to COVID proliferation. These are supportive to proliferation of COVID-19 or whatever COVID virus you can say, high power virus. So high now, and I'm sitting, it's I think it's 90, more than 90% humidity, which is very supportive to COVID. Temperature is 26 degrees Celsius, this is also low. And what happens in America? Temperature is more low, further low. In England is also low, maybe 10 degrees Celsius. So humidity is there because sea is there. So it is supportive. In our country, so a little difference because temperature is not that low at this moment. It's 26 in Delhi, so it can be around same all over, maybe somewhere 20. Humidity because rain, every third day there is some rain, so humidity goes on increasing. Normal is 50 to 60%, but if 90%, this means there is every good environment we have extended to COVID to live and thrive and generate its community. So you have to take protection only. Hot, heat and hot. And even sun rays are not that supportive because these days sun is very slow, it's light. It was in last month or before 2 months very good. Ultraviolet is still high, it's still high. So we have to be very careful. We have to not think now, stop thinking of enjoying life. We have to stop thinking of having comforts, live comfortfully. We have to keep ourselves intact. Otherwise means no one can stop you. No one on earth can stop you from its impact. That's my assurance to you. And if you say fine, now I stop this talk of COVID. By chance I got immediately before this video making, I went through some news, and I'm really surprised with those countries who ruled us for many years and ruled many other countries. They have no brain at all, I can say. I am not alleging upon them, but it seems from their inactions that they are in no way. I don't know how we were under them for so many years. Well, now coming to my own, I talks of organizational management, engineering, and that I everyday talk engineering management in engineering, and engineering management organization, I can say what do we understand by engineering, real engineering or life itself in engineering, or we just specify that this is particular engineering. I take generalized engineering. Every day it's engineering in life, and what is meaning of thinking and what is life and what is all supportive subjects. We usually discuss. I talk every day. Yesterday I got good comments from Ukraine, from France, and from many other countries, and I'm surprised that very few people are not interested in our country to expose themselves about some. I talk my experience. I don't talk books, to be very frank. Books, okay, are books. That's of university purpose. But life itself is a book which teaches everybody. And engineering means life learning. It's not books learning. Books are limited in this, and life is extensive. There is no limit in life. You can learn whatever you want to learn. And learning has no restraint. It has no police to stop it. Learning is free, and learning is based on thinking, and thinking is free. Thinking doesn't cost you anything. Thinking is also free. Brain is also free. Environment is also free. Everything is free and free and free. And we don't want to accept which is free. We want to pay something which is not, and we have to buy something. But when something is free, we don't want. Something was free, air was free, we spoiled it. You see what we do? If we get something free, we spoil that. We have free water, we spoil that. This is our culture, world culture. We spoil everything. You got something free like coal, and that abused, you abused that. You had got some natural wealth, that's petrol, diesel, and they abused that. So we are that kind of, we call ourselves human, but are we really human? Every human has to raise this question to itself. Are we human? Or we have no difference between human and animal, or human or some other creature. Human has only one specialty, that you have full coverage, full scope to use your mind. There is a freedom to every person. God doesn't stop you from thinking. God feels pleased if you use your mind, because only mind is a structure for which this body has been built. Everybody has mind. I don't say no. Everybody can think. I can't say no. Everybody has brain. One must use brain, but it's up to you, because use of brain is difficult. That's also true. If you use brain, yes, you can get a lot, but we don't use. We only say God will take care of it. God has taken care, that's why you have brain. Why don't you understand? God has taken your care. God has pre-understood the applied solutions before you think. Every solution is there. We have to go to that level where solution is available and take it. But that was also, we can't do it. We can't do that. We want that God has to work for us, and God cannot work for everyone. Yes, you do something, God will help you. Because you are born, that's God help. You are in this world, that itself is a proof that there is a God help. You are manufactured in some machine, that's God's machine. God manufactured you. You are in this world, it's God that you are in this world. Why don't you take it that way? Forget religion, forget everything. God is working with you all the time. You can't say no. You have to feel it. You have to understand it. You have to analyze your actions and see, did you think 10 years before what you did now? You will find you did not do then. Why you now? Because it was not in your capacity that time, or now you have capacity, you are doing. Who brought that level of capacity in you? It's your efforts or God's efforts? That point we have to think. That's what I say, thinking is only solution. Thinking is last hope. Thinking is solution of everything. Usually we call think tank we have. Usually if you know terminology, we use think tank. What is think tank? I want to use think tank or think sea or think ocean. It's up to you. Or you don't want to think, it's up to you. You are not going to pay anything if you think, and nobody will going to stop you. There is freedom. Freedom for your own, and freedom, the only thing is that you have to sleep or not to sleep, you have to sleep. You can't think in sleep, you have to see dreams. But when you are awakened, you are analyzer, you analyze everything. Person who analyzes, he gets answers. Maybe it takes times. It takes times, lot times to think. Because instead of thinking, you feel headache. If you are not a thinker, instead of thinking, when you commence thinking, you feel unease. Oh, why I'm thinking? I want to take rest. Oh, I don't want to read book. I want to take rest. I'm tired just after 15 minutes of study or half an hour study. You feel tired. Why I feel tired? What did you do? Because you started using your mind. And your mind is frozen. It's not subject to use, but when you start using this, it becomes more and more active. More and more active. But if it's passive, it's passive. You try to walk someday and experience yourself. You walk for half an hour. You walk, when you start walk, at that time you think you are lazy, you are not very active, you don't want to walk, you feel, oh, I want to go back to bed, I want to sleep, it's very hot. But when you walk, start walking, just try just that. After walking 15 to 20 minutes, you feel little different. Not physically as well as mentally. Because when you walk, you also start thinking. That's my experience. You walk, you see this chemical combination. Your physical walk, when you walk, your blood pressure affected, it's affected. Its circulation of blood moves, it's higher. and then you take some drink also. Oh, I'm getting dehydration, so hydrate myself, and you say don't drink. So then walk. So that drink is also heated up. So it reaches your brain, so your brain function immediately changes. Because whatever you drink, its effect goes to brain. And your brain becomes little awakened. Oh no, I can't sleep. Person is working for me. And when it's half hour, you see a different approach completely. You start thinking for something you did not think before. Before 1 hour, you are not thinking of this, but something, because it was a problem for you, it comes to your mind, start thinking, and maybe in 1 hour, you will find solution to that. It is a scientific, it is study, observation. In many journals I have seen that when your mind is passive, means you are sleeping, you are not active, mind is active, or not active, depends. If you are free, tension free, your mind is also sleeping. But during sleeping, its active cells has become passive, and passive cells which are resting have come up, and because they are also free at that time, in your hemisphere of mind, left or right hemisphere, left hemisphere, executive hemisphere, right is called spiritual arrangement. In that way, you get answers to your problems indirectly, not directly. You get some intent, oh yes, this problem I've been facing for so many days, I could not find solution, I am getting this. So your brain functions that way. And this analytical and synthesis work, I can say, I have gone through some information that there are two hemispheres of mind. Our right hand is connected to left hand hemisphere, and left hand is connected to right hemisphere. But right is logical and calculative, while other one is energetic. So we have to calculate, we have to analyze. That is what is required in life. If you can think, you can deliver. And when I say, if somebody can define engineering in 2 words, I can define, and then think and deliver. In between is lies all, lies everything. You think and deliver. This is one gate of thinking and one delivery gate, and that is deliver. Only 2 gates are there, 2 doors are there, no other door. In between this complete processing plant that process your life. You are a machine, you are processing that plant. You are yourself a blast, and you are yourself a good man. You blast yourself, or you burn yourself, or you make yourself. It lies in your hands, not in fortune. Fortune is already with you because you are on in this world. It's with you, you are not able to identify that. You need some astrologer for that to tell you what's your future, and that astrologer doesn't know himself what is his fortune, and you expect him to tell you about yours. This is our weakness. When this body has been given to you, means there is something. You have to discover that something, and that's all. If you think by sitting, without doing anything, you will get fortune, then you are a fool. I can simply say, you are a fool. If you think by sitting, you can get something. Nobody said anything. Even Ram and Krishna did not say that. Jesus is not that. Guru Nanak did not say that. No, to whom we believe, those souls, they did not say that. Without doing, nothing is possible. Yes, if you are born in very rich family, you have inherited wealth, that is different, but you are also, it's wealth only, it's not mind. Mind is educated, not body. And mind is very powerful tool, very powerful instrument, which we have to realize. You are living for mind, not your eyes or nose. This mind can work even after sleep. Your mind works even after sleep. You feel it, you see something. It is fresh, but it is active. It remains active full time without any halt. We have to feel it. And that was always defined, that this is engineering. We have to understand engineering mechanism, engineering philosophy from working of brain and from parts of our body. Our body itself is engineered project. It's engineered delivery. God's is highest level of engineer. No engineer is there equal to God. No doctor is there equal to God. Engineer and doctor, all mechanics and all sciences and all arts are there with that superpower, to whom I do not name, because that is power. There is no need of naming power. Power is power. I am a part of that, you are a part of that, but we have to link only. We have delinked, we have disconnected. That's the problem here. Knowledge, we say, is the light. Yes, that's true, knowledge is the light. But which knowledge? That's also a question mark. Not book knowledge, no. That knowledge within you, which you can start, switch on and use it. That knowledge uses your book knowledge and adds to that, and then it works. If I say we go to college for study, I say went to engineering study, I find that it was very difficult to expeditiously pick up engineering syllabus, because of course it is difficult. It's not easy. If you don't have imaginary power, you cannot pass civil engineering, you cannot pass theory of structure, you cannot pass applied mechanics, you cannot pass where your calculation work is required. Yes, you can go through text, you can pass text mechanism, but in text mechanism also there is a lot of knowledge, lot of understanding, and you have to feel boresome. And if you are used to boresome, only then you can understand those subjects. If you say I want to be happy, I want, like I'm reading novel, then you cannot pass that. Because job and education are not for entertainment. These are like tapasyas. You have to sit on heat and study. And then only you can say you got something in life. So, well, I am just speaking not to preach something. I am just speaking that I have to define myself. I have to define what I think. And I have to define actually what people miss. I am not saying people do not know, they know everything. But they don't want to streamline what they should do. A streamline activity is absent. They are very good engineers, doctors, professors. There are. There is no deficiency, no dearth in our country, but they are limited. They themselves are limited. They limit themselves. I've seen people highly educated, but they don't use that knowledge. There is no purpose of education then. They want to limit to that job only, not more than that. Once you develop your mind, do not think of money first of all. Money shall not come to you if you think. And if you don't think, it shall also not come to you. But you think money and mind can be weighed. If you think that, then you are in wrong track. Money has different function. And mind moves money. Money doesn't move mind. We in our culture call two Devis, Saraswati and Lakshmi. We call it. One is for money, is wealth, one is wealth oriented, other one is knowledge oriented. This is our assumption. This doesn't mean that this is, you can say, powers we are calling. One power is for wealth and one power is for knowledge. Okay, keep aside both, leave them to themselves. Okay, you stay here, you stay here. And then you see, can they work together or they work in separation? If they are separate, can they work for you? Say only money is there, no mind. What shall money do? It's nothing but stone chips. If there is no mind, your money is valueless. On the other side, it's knowledge. We say Saraswati Devi. Okay, it is Saraswati. Saraswati itself is Ras. Ras means juice. Ras means sea. It's sea of knowledge. It is a sea of knowledge. But it is alone. It cannot do anything if there is no resource. If you have knowledge and there is no physical resource, knowledge is only knowledge, that's it, text. There is no link between two. People are happy with money or wealth, they are not happy with knowledge. This is also another fact, which is, you can say, there is no equilibrium in that. There is no stability in that. Because if you have money and no direction, no intellect, know how to think, then you keep it in your box. Keep it in your trunk or keep it in your bank and think it's growing. Means you have you have not defined or set any purpose to use that money. And same thing, if you have only knowledge and you cannot use that knowledge for development of this universe or development of earth or development of society, your nation, this knowledge is worthless. So a combination is required, which is very important, and that combination is engineering. This combination is called engineering. Without material, without resource, human resource is useless. Without machines, human resource is useless. But human resource is also exclusively important, because without human resource, your money, your material is useless, and without human resource, your money, your machine is useless. Machine cannot do any sound, and same way material cannot do sound until technology is available, until how to do something is available, until we understand what to do, what's formula. We have to drive formula, we use knowledge, and also we use material, because we consider properties of material in whatever formula we do. You take physics, you take chemistry, something is coefficient friction between this surface and this surface. So there is material. When we learn very elementary physics, light, friction, all this we learn. From there we start combination of both powers. We have to analyze this also. So wherever you are, in whatever place in the world you are, you have to deal with both. If there is raw material, fossil oil, discovered in 1935 and started in 1950 in full scale, without technology it could not be extracted. And then without further technology it could not be refined, it could not be processed. It would remain just a slug, extracted from below sea. And some process, some filter it there itself on overseas platform, or while some send it, some convey it through pipe to onshore, and then they were, because technology was developed. You just extract it, cannot be used. You have to refine that. You have to treat that so that real product comes in and other byproduct goes to some other plant for further plastic development. Plastic is a byproduct of that. This plastic which you are using these days, that's called LDP, MDP or HDP, light duty polyethylene or heavy duty polyethylene. We are using, that's a byproduct of fossil fuels. Both are destructive actually. Your petrol or diesel are destructive because they are carbon dioxide oriented. Same thing, this plastic is destructive. All these three combinations have polluted environment. But they have given other benefit. We are driving our cars, our trucks, our mobility, transport, and also you are using this you can say polyethylene is you can say a very important activity of life so far. It's going to add to pollution, but it's life also. So we have to see both ways. One way you are burning fuel, and you are using plastics. Both are, but what is ultimate result? Ultimate result is both are destructive to humanity. Both are destructive. So that is what we have to understand. What is engineering? It is destructive engineering, destructive science, or it is constructive science. If you are dealing with destruction, you shall certainly destruct yourself, and we have partly destructed total earth. When I say total earth, really earth means not lithosphere alone, lithosphere plus aerospace, that's called earth. We have destructed our afforestation, our forests. We have destructed air. Destruction means we have degraded its impact, we have degraded its strength, we have added pollution to that. It is polluted now. We will say greenhouse effect, greenhouse effect. This is what is greenhouse effect. We have spoiled water bodies. You see what's position of sea and ocean. It's very important part of life. Sea and ocean, try to understand. Sea absorbs 25% of carbon dioxide from weather or environment. It has stopped because it's already saturated with carbon dioxide. Why it is saturated? Because we are releasing carbon dioxide to environment, to air, and then it comes to sea because of chemical, biochemical and all actions within that. Water goes up, and then this condensed water condenses your particles, and this come down. This happens. Circle is there, circuit is there. But why don't you think beyond that? Can you afford without sea? That's the question. If you spoil sea water, you shall spoil your petrochemicals. You shall spoil your sea structure. And sea structure is the structure which supports all other structures. There is a balance. 4 kilometer, 10 kilometer down you go, and still you're bailing out, you're pumping out. See, you can say original crude oil from a depth of say 1 kilometer or maximum 2 kilometer, not more than. You are not going down to 30 kilometer, 40 kilometers yet. So what do you say? That's engineering itself. Offshore engineering it's called, and offshore engineering goes to onshore engineering, and the combination to allows you to use this natural product, which is natural in a sense that it's a fossil fuel, and there are millions of creatures in sea water, in ocean water. When they die, their bones are converted in long journey, in long travel to you can say fossil oil. So this fossil oil, which took hundreds of years or maybe more, maybe millenniums to convert itself to fossil fuel, to say petrochemicals, and we just from 1950 onwards or 1935 onwards, just in 85 years, we have destroyed all. We have destroyed all. So whose fault is that? I don't say who destroyed it. Gulf destroyed it, or America destroyed it, or we destroyed it. All are responsible. Gulf has been doing this for I think say many decades, say since 1935 or since 1950s, very much up. They have used this. They sold it. Lot of money with them. They are richest. They say we are richest. Okay, you are richest, but at what cost? Think of America got only a couple of years back. Yeah, and they are just show you what is called Chevron, ExxonMobil, both petroleum company tried to bail it out from there, and that's called shale rock. A couple of years back, America started producing its own oil, so it stopped procuring or importing from others, and it started jumping that I am also oil country. This America started jumping high, I am oil country. Now what happened? They closed it. There was a lot of oil in you can say lockdown. So much oil they had, they could not even consume that. They were selling free. Okay, come on, take this oil. Now what happened? They have closed down, shut down, because of many reasons, climatic reasons, other reasons. And now prices up because of that. You are not doing anything, world guys, you are just looting earth. Simply, this petrol was not meant for immediate consumption. Just in a couple of decades, you have destroyed it, eaten it. And you think it will get itself again? No, it won't. Now you are going behind battery, electric car. Why you are going? Because you know petrol is not good. Yes, you are going behind car. You are going to develop it also, I know. Already test has been conducted and successful. They have a car that can go up to 800 km in one go. You got my point? Battery charged car, battery car. They have also designed a car which in one battery charge can go up to 800 kilometers, 600, I think it is, yes, 500 miles, I got that information. So this is 800 kilometers. This means you have to drive say 400 or 500 kilometers, then recharge it. So that's adequate enough as far as journey is concerned. Nobody goes so much. Nobody can go to 500 kilometers a month. They have to take rest every 100, 200, 300 kilometers. So battery car may work. But battery it's also chemical. It also is, first of all, you are not taken care of plastics, and this lockdown has augmented plastics. It's augmented because masks you are wearing, you are throwing them. Go and see all beaches of world, you will find pollution everywhere. You go to any beach or whatever beach in England, or you go to Europe, or you go to our, or go to Far East, wherever you go, you will find same condition everywhere. This means we are all responsible to spoil our home. Our home is earth. When I talk something, I do not talk only for Bharat, I talk for all. Because I am a world citizen, you are also world citizen. Though we don't have world passport, that part of it is hard, when he calls you, he sends his document, don't worry. That will call you, there will be the official document that you have come back to your home, that is your home. So this is our travel home, this is our journey home, and we have to be, happy with each other. not fight. Who has given right you to fight? My question is that. My question is very much logical. Whoever country you are, whatever country you are, what right you have to what, kill others? Why you call yourself I am super and you are not super? You are no one super. You are using everything given by that power and you think it is your power. This is not your power. You are using property of that forefather, that Godfather. He has given you free and you are abusing this. You are abusing in a sense it belongs to you as well as it belongs to everyone. Every person living on earth, and not only person, every creature living on earth has some right on every material. But you monopolize it. Oh no, it's my geographical area, so it's my right. That's a problem here. That's one of many problems. Mine is mine, this is mine. You did not do anything on this is mine. I am honored. And that's the root of all disputes and world. Everybody has right, but no, my right is higher than your right because I dominate you, so I am bigger one. They dominate you, one dominates others because one day everybody has to die. That time they forget that the earth is not permanent home. They fight. So you think God shall feel happy? This material is for making atom bomb or nuclear bomb or to serve society. That's what I am saying. We are all busy in destruction and one day certainly we will destruct ourselves. These bombs which are lying unused, you think they will lie forever? Some madman will come and use them. Certainly it happens. They are worried about some extra stones coming from space, big stones, or what you call this, I forget its name. They come and attack Earth. They are worried about that. They are not worried about sins that we are doing. They are not worried about that. So we are actually all illiterate, I can say. All people of Earth, in eyes of God, are ill qualified. Despite we have highest degrees, yet we are ill qualified. We do not understand value of material. We do not understand value of soul. We do not understand. We just want to use everything, enjoy everything, enjoy every comfort. And that enjoying has actually degraded our immunities of body. Why English are suffering because of COVID that much? Why Americans are suffering because of that much? This is only reason. They want comfort. Mechanized life, believe me, this is mechanized life, is also destructive life. This is reason that we are suffering. In our country still this is not that much because we are not totally mechanized. Still we are hard-working people. Not that level as were before, but still. There was a time all were farmers and you see strength of those people. You compare to your strength. Today is 20 years, I am stressed. You are working in office. You are working daily 10 to 12 hours in office. Say, you are sitting in computer all day and you are stressed for what? What actually you are sitting all day, taking coffee, tea, not even walking 1 or 2 kilometers and then you are stressed. How it is a stress? Where did it come from? It comes from your mindset. You are not working, you are just using your mind, little mind, and down computer you are stressed. Because you are not used to concentration. Your concentration is missing. You are used to enjoy club, you have to enjoy kid party, you have to enjoy here, marriages, you have to enjoy, you have to drink, you have to talk, you have to gossip. Fashion. Because of these are restrictions in life. You are covering certain items on yourself that stop you from moving, from advancing. This is what I talk of engineering. I consider that this is society engineering, social engineering. We have to take intellectualism to every place, and that is called engineering. Use of intellect, not to teach only, to do it. Teacher is intellectual, but teacher doesn't use it practically. We have to use that practically. We use intellect in construction. Somebody uses intellect in IT. Somebody uses intellect somewhere else. That is what is required. But our civil engineering is something different. Civil, electrical, mechanical, I consider as a triangular engineering in which each one is complementary to other one. Civil plus electrical plus mechanical equal to engineering, I should say. Real engineering, physical engineering. Others are support engineering, IT or aerospace or agricultural, because these are means not directly linked to this triangular engineering which is called civil electromechanical, because this work together. If there is no electromechanical service, building won't be solved, means it's a dead structure, you can say. You won't get any confirm, you won't have toilet, you won't have bathroom, you want to electrical supply, you won't have something else, machine won't be there. So in that way you can say that these are complementary engineering to each other. They have to move together. It may be a building, or it may be a railway line, or it may be something else, a hospital, or whatever structure you consider, or it may be road. Without these complements you cannot move together. So we have to consider in that way as interdisciplinary engineering. When I studied civil engineering, I was surprised why I was forced to study electrical engineering, why I was forced to study applied thermodynamics or mechanical engineering or social science and all that. In those days we could not understand because we did not know implication of engineering. And there was a strike even sometime, why should have passed social science and this. So yes, because of student, you can't blame student. Student doesn't understand anything just because the student is learning. That student doesn't know implication of that. But society has to convince the student, yes, it's for you, for your future. That our scholars fail to explain to them. They just want, okay, you're on strike, we'll help you, okay, don't stop strike, we'll remove this. Is that solution? You just were pleased to remove something from syllabus, but you didn't prefer to explain to them this is important to you. When they realize in life, I was given that, had I studied this, I would have got that knowledge also. Or how to handle human resources. Is it not engineering? That is engineering. How to handle your people is not engineering, it's engineering. If you cannot handle your workers, is it not engineering? It's engineering. But they don't know. You see result in lockdown? Nobody tried to tackle industrial workers or construction workers to stop them. They just blame them. Blaming is your responsibility. An intellectual question from me is, do you mean you allege upon them and your solution is over, your problem is over? You are creating another problem by blaming them. See, everyone has different level of development of mind. Everybody is not intelligent. To some extent, you are right, there is a datum line, that intelligence you have. If you are a skilled worker, your intelligence is limited to that. If you are just living and to die, your intelligence is only up to here. Because you are living. It doesn't come here. You have to bring it here. Everybody cannot bring to that level. And those who are intelligent, they have to teach those who are not. But if you are not able to reach them, means you are not intelligent. If I suppose I am an engineer, if I cannot communicate to my people, my workers, my staff, then I am fool. I don't have that capacity and I am claiming that I am your leader. What is engineer? A leader. What is doctor? A leader. They are leaders of their profession. These leaders are useless leaders. I am not talking about political leaders. You lead your profession, so you are leader, so simple. If you are leader and you cannot communicate your supporters who are there, nurses for example, compounders for example, our workers for example, they are our supporters. Without their supports we can't do anything. If I am an engineer, I am not engineer because of my knowledge. Knowledge is different. Knowledge is different. Application of knowledge is reality. I have to apply my knowledge in field. That is engineering. Just keeping here, I am from IIT, I am from IEI, doesn't matter. You may be from whatever. How much can you deliver? That is important. Can you deliver? Everybody has to ask a question. What I have delivered? What contribution I have made to society? If I cannot do that, what's the purpose I have? Why I spend so much? Why I spend my time in learning? That learning requires expansion. I have to expand that. I have to expand that to multiple 100% is enough. Multiple of 100%. 4 year or 5 year of education of engineering is not enough. If I don't apply for years together, I have to apply for many years, then I can understand what it is. And whose job is this? Your job is this. But if you cannot use your people, if I cannot use my people, can't consider my people, they will not work for me. Under force they will work. But that work I don't like. I don't like somebody should work under force. Because work under force is, I can say, curse. It's a curse. You have to make them understand that you have interest in this. They voluntarily be willing to work. Of course, payment is there, that's different. But you have to brainwash them to that level. You have to train them to that level that they find a pleasure in work. They find enthusiasm in work. They must feel that there is a future for them. There is a build-up for them in future by doing that work. That is job of an engineer. That is job of a leader. You can't force them like, oh, I'll beat you, I'll mark you absent, I'll kick you out if you don't work that. That kicking out is no solution. You kick yourself out first and see how it feels. If I should kick out myself, best solution to understand is self-punishment. Can I self-punish myself? If I punish myself and see what happens, then I have a right to punish someone else. It's not judiciary that we have to depend only mindless thinking. It's practical one. You have to feel by keeping yourself in that place how they feel. If I don't understand difficulties of life, I don't understand what's poor, what conditions poor feel, how they encounter those conditions, we cannot understand them. We have to understand that's also a part of education. It's not a part of program of university, but it's a part of education, how to feel, what they feel. You see, I must have that capacity to analyze every person who associate with me. Maybe my friend, my colleagues, or my subordinates, or their subordinates. If I cannot do that, then I am not a leader. I am not doing as leader. I'm functional as leader. Just like political leaders should understand what that voter thinks, what his voter thinks. But they don't understand. Because they are not to that mark capable. But because we have education background, it may be doctor or engineer. I am not considering others. Because they are not directly related to this development. Health sector and engineering sector, they are very important, because health is important first. Without health, nobody can be done, nobody can do anything. And then engineering, without engineering, everything is desert. So these sectors are prime sector, construction sector. Health sector is also making sector. You have to keep everybody fit in health sector. Only then they can work. And if they are not fit, they cannot work. So priority is to health sector, education sector, and engineering is mother of all, physically, because if engineering doesn't exist, we shall have to live in tent or shamiyanas in desert, and if it works, we shall have better life, better physical life, which we say, physically we are living better with comfort. So we have to think that way. Engineering is not what we understand. That is engineering syllabus. That is not real engineering. Real engineering is delivery. What can you do? In whatever branch of engineering you come from, what can you do? Imagine there is no electrical engineer, what shall happen? No electricity. There is no mechanical engineer, what shall happen? There is no mechanism, means there is no electricity, there is no framework, there is nothing. So what sort of buildings will you make them? Dry buildings without services. There will be no service in building, and you have to do manually everything. There is no machine because there is no mechanical engineer. There is no power supply because no electrical engineer. So you only need some house with walls and slab. Or maybe there is no slab because there is no steel, because steel comes from mechanical factory. So there is no steel also. So you have to live in thatch, it's a grass thatch. Means you go back to origin. So you come from that origin where you use mud faska, you use mud flooring, mud wall or mud mortar, and you build that house, just temporary purpose house. You do sleep there as well as you sleep in a bungalow. There's no difference, you sleep at both places. But that is very ordinarily engineered, and now buildings are well advanced engineered. That's only difference. If we understand this type of basics, we can solve many problems. There are no problems actually, to be very frank. Problems are made. We have made problems ourselves. So we have to solve ourselves. Means our demand every day increases, rises. We want this and I need this and I need that. We have increased our demands, and because of technology develops. Can you imagine in 1970s that 2000 year of 2010 or 2020 shall have mobile for everybody? Nobody could imagine, because at that time there was not even a television, there was not even radio, no transistor in those days. Just if you were there from or no, I don't know, but I still see there was a time when I didn't have a light bulb in my home, I didn't have a radio. This big size radio used to be, and it is very big for me. I used to think that somebody speaks from inside of radio. There was no tube light, no calculator. But people were living, studying as well. Facilities do not stop you this way or that way. We had slates, stone, that's a black stone, and framed around by timber. And we used to write by, this what you call it, I don't know, some chalk type stick. Slatey, yes, Slatey. Name was Slatey. It is slate and Slatey. Both were from the used right on that. Mathematical calculation, and then rub it out. Write again and rub it out. That was pro environment, very small. It probably, I think, 130 centimeter or 20 centimeter or a little more. And there was a timber board, very timber, very thick, maybe less than half an inch, 10 millimeter thick. This size of takhti we used to call it in Hindi. You can say a kind of small board with some handle fixed with that. So it was like this, We used to take that to school, and my mother used to wash it with some putty. You just like a column, timber, some writing instrument made of timber that used to call column with some solution of ink. Used to write on that. So that was also life. Can you imagine that today? You want notebook, your kid wants notebook and ball pen on that or something else. Ball pen was not available, even fountain pen was not available. Only that was. So I have seen that life also, and it is interesting, believe me. It is very interesting. You wash it, you write on this, you write on slate, then again wash it, and it's very white, then take some water and wash it, so it dries out everything. And you write that. So there was no paper, and we remembered what we write because I forgot write again. So by writing many times, you remembered it. We did not waste papers. What is a slate? A very small piece of rock. Then gradually technology developed and we are getting everything. Can you now think a small baby of 5 years or 4 years go without mobile? No. That baby will snatch your mobile and use it. What I am saying is, this is all engineering, but supportive engineering. IT is not permanent. IT has changed our life, that's true, but it has destroyed our lives. It has destroyed lives. Effects on mind. You see, memories are broken. Eyesights are broken. My eyesights are broken because of what? Computer. I started learning in, I think, 97. Yes. Somewhere in 98 you say I learned it. 98 I started learning DOS and Lotus 123. I just went to some private institute to learn, but that instructor did not tell me. I asked many questions. Can I use Lotus for calculation or for this and that? No, you means it was so I had to study myself. AutoCAD I learned myself, Excel I learned, Lotus 1 to 3, some was told, but remaining I learned myself. And of course DOS, they taught me how to use DOS commands. So you have to learn yourself when there is no one to teach you. I have to pass many engineering subjects myself without going to a class, because if suppose you don't have class, what you do? You pass yourself. So this is also a kind of struggle, you can say, in life. A struggle is a struggle. Everything is not available, and you have to find solution, alternate solution to get that. And that's also a part of engineering. When you don't have definite material, we want to find alternative material. This is very common in engineering. There's no solution. Oh, it's very expensive, I can't afford it. Okay, go for something else. You say that. We don't wait. We don't need parliament permission for that. We decide, okay, this is not within our, okay, this is disturbing my budget. This is expanding my budget, so better I change this material. I change this design. Means this is in our hands. If our client agrees, we say, okay, change design, or you replace this metal by something else. That is called decision making. Means I don't want to escalate my budget, rather I change my specifications. That's what is requirement. How this life moves like that. If you think you are stagnant here, why you want to remain stagnant? Change, make some hole and let water be out. Why do you want to keep it in that? You want to let mosquito breed there? If you want to stagnate there, that's what is engineering. Solution means engineering. If you can give solution to problem, that is called executive engineering. You are executing something. You are giving energy to something to come out of problem. You are not trapping problem. You are releasing problem. And this is engineering. And if you understand that, I think there's no problem at all. But we have to concentrate on that. We have to understand problem, and understanding of problem itself is very big problem. To understand a problem means it's called analysis. Analysis is root of solution. And if you can analyze, means you have to use your mind. That's only a problem. Why everybody cannot be analyst? People become follower only. They do. They don't worry about that. Okay, this person asked me and I do this. Means you have no answer, no logic, you are just doing it, and that's it. But analysis, I say, analysis and synthesis are opposite to each other. Synthesis means no logic. Just finish, I don't know. Let it be done. Analysis, before doing, you will try to discover every risk factor. You will find every possible risk behind that proposal. What can be risk? There may be 2 risk factor, 3 risk factor, 4. You have to understand each. If you accept this risk, what can be consequence? Or if you reject this risk, you solve it. Or you accept others, what can be consequence? Like that, you have to move to understand that risk factor. And when all risks are resolved by your analysis, then solution is already there. Risk, and this is risk factor coverage. Risk coverage, you can say, we already covered this risk which was to happen, so we are not allowing risk to come in. So you are not allowing troubles to come to you. So that will be better result. That is what is required. How many people in this way we study? Okay, getting that and finish it, do it and pay it. That's done. So where is intellectualism? We say we are intellectual. Where is intellectual? If engineer claims I am intelligent, I am professional, I am intelligent, I am brilliant, where is that brilliance? You are just following. If doctor says same thing, you are just following. Where is root analysis? Did you analyze this or no? It's required. If you are educated, you have some capacity to do, your brain is meant for that, you are trained for that. But if you do not do that, so what is purpose of your training? I don't fear criticism, you can criticize. What's the problem? It's also part of life. Criticism is only for good people, not for bad people. If you are given criticism, this means you are something. This somebody is observing you. And whom you observe? Who is responsible? I cannot observe any street walker. I cannot. I cannot observe any dog. Whom I will observe? I will only very responsible person. If suppose I observe how Prime Minister is performing, this is Prime Minister responsible. But if Prime Minister doesn't care, he doesn't allow, so what for I am? What is the purpose of that Prime Minister? No purpose. He is to solve problem. If he doesn't solve problem, what is the purpose of the useless person? No meaning at all. Means you are responsible for so much, so big country, and you cannot solve problems. Your purpose is void. Yes, you are in seat only like a statue. Same thing applies to a person. If I am a statue, then I am just a statue, and a statue cannot do anything on its own. You have to use this as a stone or something else. Then he can work. You have to force a donkey to work. A donkey cannot work on its own. This means there is a hidden leader in everyone. Leader doesn't mean to lead others. You have to lead yourself first. And if you can lead yourself, then you can say, I can lead others. If you don't lead yourself, you don't characterize yourself, first you shall have character. You must have your standards. Then you can say others, you do this. And if you don't have, then your actions are no actions. These are directed actions. Somebody instructed you to act like this. You are acting. You are not doing anything on your own. This means you are not using your brain. You are just 98% persons on them, one of crowd, no 2% or 3% who think. And that's I say my formula is to think, and your formula must be to think. If you have that capacity to think, you can deliver. Because thinking is very hard, remember. Very hard in result, not in actions. In motion, it's very cold. If you are nervous, you cannot think. If you are angry, you cannot think. If you are normal, you can think. If you can concentrate, you can think. And if you are deep thinking, you can think. Of course, thinking shall become deep thinking if you are habitual of that. You practice thinking on any issue, whatever issue, doesn't matter, your engineering issue, whichever issue you are in, you think. It's privilege to engineers only, believe me. It's a privilege to engineers that their subjects are like that. My subjects were like that. I'm proud, I have pride of that. I am engineer because of thinking. A doctor is not supposed to think that much, believe me. Prescription is there, you have to prescribe that medicine only, 1 of 5. You have to follow operation according to statement, according to methods given. There's a prescription, there's a description for every operation. You have to go accordingly, you cannot deviate. If you deviate, you will be responsible if person dies, if patient dies. So that is still limited one. Medical profession is privilegeless. It has to move according to written or verbal instructions. But engineering is such, where is the difference? Engineer is autonomous, in fact. You can say an autonomous profession is engineering profession. It can think on it can devise its route, it can define its policy, and it can work accordingly, provided law is not violated. That's the only condition. And what should not be violated? I can do my work in my way, provided I comply with requirements. That is my right, my privilege, my charter. And not my charter, everybody's charter. How do you define your life? This is your charter. Nobody can, until and unless it impacts others. You can decide about your life or not. You can think about life, but I have to do in future. Can somebody stop that? Nobody can stop that. If you have a will, you will do it. If you just say normally for sake of showing, I will, then you are just deceiving yourself. When you decide your ambition, your future target, you are going to do some, what I should say, you are going to create a track, and you should create a track there. that's objective of destination. Because you have to struggle. You have to struggle to get that milestone. And if you don't struggle, you sit at home and sleep, okay, that will disappear. That milestone, that track will all disappear one day, and you will say, oh, it's gone. It is not gone, you have not cared for that. You have not cared for that, it's gone. I still remember my whole life, where I was, what I did, why I could not find any entry, or I failed. I still remember. And everybody remembers. That is our teacher. That guides us. Oh, you did this mistake, that why it happened. Or here you did a lot of work, you see you got results. This happens. That nobody forgets. Whatever type of person you are. Whatever you may say, I don't remember, you remember, you're lying. When somebody say, oh, I forgot this so many years back, you forgot. You are a liar. You did not forget. You are just showing you are very intelligent, you are very brilliant. You know it's somewhere with you, but you don't accept that. Means everybody is a liar. I also lie. I don't say I don't. I am not Satyavadi Harishchandra. Where is required I lie, and I know it's bad, but still lie. Because that's part of profession. I may say so, but fact remains that everybody has different character. I am alright, I can't say. What I say is right, I can't say. I am just suggesting. You check it. If you think it's right, do it. Otherwise, what I am. As much knowledge you get, this knowledge should be useful. And for others, not for you. Yes, because already you know it. You can do it and you do it. But it should be used by others. That's important. If I am an engineer, I learned it. This is my duty to reach that knowledge to public, to lowest profile public, who has no access to what I had. That is my job. And not only for this country, for all over what I am telling. If say I worked in some other country, I am privileged to work that country. It's my good luck that in addition to my country, I can also develop other country. What's bad with that? Though that time has gone, oh, my country is everything. No, my country is not everything. It's relative to me because I was born here. I am a citizen of this country. But it doesn't mean I don't have relation to other countries. I am related to everybody by means of belonging to this world. That's my right. If nobody shall give me that right, that's my right. Because it's earth for everybody. If I work for my country, it's same thing as if you work for other country. I'm not relating it to earning money. I'm not saying, yes, people go for sake of money only. That is different. But I say, this whole world is my country. What's wrong with that? I know that is not my country. But if I think whole world is my country, can somebody stop you from that thinking? Nobody can stop you from thinking. Because it is. Yes, I have no passport of that country. That is human law. That's not God's law. We created such laws because we want domination of one over other. That's the only way. Otherwise, suppose tomorrow sun is not available. Shall you suffer or I suffer or all suffer? You can check yourself. If earth breaks, who will die? All will die. It's not Bharat will stay and England will not stay. It's not like that. All will die. So, what does it mean? It means we are all same. It's fiction only. Oh, this is America, this is India, this is China. It's all fiction. Engineered fiction. If this earthquake shall it affect only that area or whole area, it will shake all earth. All earth. So my dear friend, engineering is very complex in fact. Very, very complex. And this is all engineering. Earth engineering this is. How earth was engineered. Who did it, how he did it, from where, again I say, how did you make this earth? As an engineer I am thinking, why we cannot make earth then, if it are so easy? If it is so easy, why don't we make another earth? Can we? Cannot. I am still not able to find answer to my question, how this system was built. All imaginations, oh, this came from some, and no, it's all floppy, all floppy. How did it happen is a question mark. How can I explain to myself, still being a civil engineer, I could not understand till now how this was constructed, how this was manufactured, such big planets, such is very small planet I'm talking about. I'm talking about in Jupiter or other planets, how and how this will be manufactured. But these are facts. These are realities of life. That means there is natural engineering product working for us. Earth is a natural engineering product. Sun is engineering product. Jupiter is engineering. All are engineered products. And we are very small in comparison to them. That is my analysis. Means if I am engineer, I must think that way. Maybe I get some information. How can I say no? After all, God also wants someone to think that way. That's why I'm thinking. Yes, God did that. We know it, we assume it, God did that. Okay, God did that, I agree. But God did not tell me how He did. God won't tell me. Maybe He tells sometime. But from where you get this material? Again, question is that. From where you get this material? Suppose I want to make this earth. How can I make this earth? I have no idea. Because I cannot fly out of earth. First problem is that if I want to go somewhere else, I have to cross only 20 kilometers or a few more kilometers. If I want to leave this earth, it's only a few kilometers that I have to fly out. Can I fly out? I have to find this answer. If I want to, just 20-30 kilometers you have to go out, finish. But how? You say, oh, use a rocket. Rocket can't help me. I want to fly myself to see how it is. I can't fly. I take Boeing or I take, Concorde and go there. But what shall I do? I want to be that flight and there everything. I want to come out of that and see how can I do my work. Means I'm not talking of only observation. Try to understand. I'm not saying just observe. I'm saying beyond that, do it. Do it. Just like orbits are established in space. There's a kind of work you can do. We float orbits and these orbits work there. Hundreds of orbits are working. In near space, not far space, near space. So we have to think, in depth about that. Let me take some water. I don't know what to do, really. Well, now moving to engineering part. Well, I try to move to that. Again, something comes to my mind and I will now. My engineering that I learned, that is very limited. I can say degree or masters you do or whatever you do, that is very, very limited. If you compare to scale of life and life and beyond, what we do here is very limited. We boast about, oh, we have constructed this tower, we have constructed this building, we have constructed this dam. That's only boasting, means we have not done anything, to be very frank. If you compare to what nature has done, it is nothing. Yet it is engineering, it is profession, because we are on earth and we cannot do anything more than that. We have no controls beyond that, and this control is also under control. If you see we are controlling this, means we are also controlled by that power. And we have to accept that fact. We cannot go against that. If that power does not work, then I cannot be alive, you cannot be alive. That power is working, that's why I'm there. That power gives to someone something and someone else something. to use something, to meet something. Some people are interested in physical life, some are interested in spiritual life, and some are interested in mind life. Those who are interested in life of mind, they are very few and they are not connected to society. They are busy in themselves, in their minds. Those scientists and those philosophers, you can say, novelists, and you can say all those who never care for what shirt they are wearing and what pant they are wearing, but they care for what they are thinking, and then thinking is endless. And that's what I say. I don't care for job, but when you do, you care for you're busy in what? I have to deliver something to someone, I deliver that. And I don't count number of hours when you work. And if you count number of hours, then means you don't know what profession is. Profession is. Just keep on. If you get an opportunity, do it. And if you don't have opportunity, then you think on something or improve your standards, improve your knowledge for future. So who knows how many years you have to live more, or I have to live exactly after 1 hour. Nobody knows that. And we should not worry about that also, because when we do not know, we cannot know why to worry about that. Okay, let it be 1 day or 100 years, nobody knows. How many more years you have to go. It only that power knows. So this means I'm related to that or in that way. I'm not independent myself, I'm not autonomous. I cannot decide what next session I will take. So I am restricted by that control, and we have to restrict by that control means. Then why to worry about that? Why do you worry about something? But we worry because we are human beings. As I talk about engineering, I again talk about basics of materials, because we know engineering means materials, human resources, machines and knowledge. That's what engineering is all about. If we have all this, then we can do whatever we want to do, provided we should have the support. We should have materials, we should have human resource, we should have machines, and we should have funding of these. And if you have, you can do project. Project means some objective to achieve in life, permanent objective, not just exactly short living one. Permanent objective, which once created is created forever. That objective is my destiny and your destiny as an engineer, provided you get opportunity. And if you don't get opportunity, then you don't have an experience, you can't do practical work on something if you don't have that. So that is what I say. So engineering is related to practical world. It's related to every human. You cannot say that it's only temporary or permanent. It's forever. Green, if you are pasture, and if you turn and you have to destruct them. Important point is that we have to take optimum benefit of material and resources, as well as you have to improve and learn and improve while doing that. That's what engineering is. Engineering is complex thinking is engineering. Think something for how to do it and do it, and then learn it. It's called engineering. Okay, your first production is not very good, it's defective, then you have to same second production which is improved one, and if you improve like that, you'll get best production, optimum production, and you have to consider in that cost, its time of production, and its quality, whether or not it satisfies your requirement. That's very important point we have to understand. Compliance is important. Compliance to what? Compliance to certain standards that is recognized for that work, for that activity. Those standards must be well standing, those standards will be well commanding, and we should be happy with those standards. These are what we expected of, and this can return me my investment if this works for so many years. So product quality is important. That's why I say quality and safety, and means funding, all those time, and you can say application of knowledge, application of theory, and application of tutorials. You can say how we tutorial in college. There's a tutor who teaches us separately after we learn theory on class, and that person, that teacher, forces us to practice what we learn. So That is what a gap. There's not a gap after injuring and inclusive of injuring. Only talking is not enough. Only reference is not enough. Only supposition is not enough. Action is enough. I don't want long indexes if there is no reference of working, there is no reference of result. Just then remembering is not adequate. Learning only without experience is not no meaning at all. If we can't experience that, just like our professors are not well suited for learning and teaching because they do not go to fields, they sit in offices and sit all time. So you have to expose yourself to environment, expose yourself to such conditions where you are not alone and interested to go to office. You should also work or somewhere else in fields so that others learn from you how work is done. That capacity we must have. So engineering is a skill there, If you are a practical engineer, you understand all ins and outs of engineering. It's called a skill, complete skill you have. You value time, you value every every subject you value, every crisis you can solve, or every opportunity you can avail. That capacity you must have. Engineering can never be related to or measured through money, how much money you shall earn. That is not engineering then. And that's only a box in engineering, nothing else. Yes. A box you take and kept somewhere. Or people to give money in that donation. I don't want that. Engineering is a science, engineering is economy, engineering is world, and engineering is that which gives you to stay, it gives you city, it gives you home, it gives you services, it gives everything to you. And that is what engineering and science of engineering both are equal and important. Science of engineering and practice of engineering both are very important. I don't want to learn from others as far as this is concerned because I know people are different, busy or police and all of that. But then engineering is engineering. Soil, when I say soil, which is very much part of material, basics of material. Soil or rock, you can say both are same. Soil, rock, or you can say sand, clay, or you can say limestone or feldspar or whatever it is. This soil is wealth of earth for certain purposes, because this is a chain link of such activities, and ultimate end is result, delivery of this. If we can do that, we can move on to that. That's best, that's best solution. If I can do that. Soil engineering is fundamental engineering, you can say. If we are not sure about this soil engineering, we are nowhere in engineering field. We can be nowhere. That is very required understanding, that you have to understand soil from every viewpoint, and that's for all civil engineers and other engineers too, not civil engineers alone, because mechanical engineers too use that one, and all others use that one. Electrical engineers use that one. You have to place transformers, you have to place switch gears, you have to place power stations, you have to place machine foundations and machines, big heavy machines. You have to use mechanical objectives to have. That is very important point. And like to just it's around 5 o'clock now. I think I will just go to roof for some 2 minutes to these people, the crows and birds, just to, because I think I just take 1 minute and come back for this activity also, which is very important activity from my point of view. I do that too, if you don't mind. Let's come back. soil, just trying to construct it. Soil very messy. Mr. Chaudhary Raji, good morning. Everybody else? Alright, good morning to everybody. And I should say, okay, continue now. Sorry for disturbance. Yes, exactly. Yeah, no. Injuring was talking of injuring, and I was talking of that one. And I covered last time. I've taken up this issue of this, this book of that. I've taken up chapters of, just Permian meter, etc. I've taken, and last time I was talked about soil. That was gone already done. That was that. I let me go back. There on this, soil classification. Soil classification. Yes, this soil was there. It was this. This was about determination of shrinkage limit that we had covered. Shrinkage ratio we had covered, right? We had covered that shrinkage ratio, right? So this we have taken up. What was left? I think we have to go to soil classification structure. We have already done. We did soil classification, that we did grain size classification, US Bureau of Soils, and triangular classification soil. We have done this soil classification. Then let me see where we stopped. Capillary and permeability we have gone through. Capillary and permeability gone through. Then we have to see where that seepage and flow nets we have done. What actually we have not done? Let us see other things. This is compaction also we have done, but what is left? Let me see. I can remember. It's also very important to be back with compaction. Let me go back and we'll just go to. It is also some more we did not do. We have to understand that consolidation also there. Consolidation and compaction we did last time, but and shear strength of the soil. We have to do. Let's just review of compaction, because compaction is very important one. Let's have a review of this compaction. Whereas compaction itself is very big in activity as far as you can say your fill is concerned. Fill means we call it backfill engineering activity name. You have to, where you excavated and you constructed your foundations, and whatever is left in ground once you have done your construction work, you have to fill that void or that pit void with something which is called backfilling. And backfilling is done just not by backfill but by compaction, and that's very important activity. Here we miss in so many places. I see people just using JCB or excavator to backfill just in any thickness without understanding logic of layer fill. We don't understand that, and we do ourselves whatever we want to do. That's really very, very, I can say very, I don't accept that as an engineer. And what it says, introduction of compaction is that compaction is a process by means of which soil can be densified. Soil can be densified. Densified means we can increase weight or we can increase mass. We can increase, you can say, density of soil, which means we can also increase resistance of soil. Density increase means resistance also is increased. If it's really granular soil or it's other soil. In soil there is some amount of air and water besides solid grains. Always there is air and water in soil, and of course solid grains are there. And theoretically we can say the density of soil can be increased by whatever methods as we know, and these are that we have to reduce space occupied by air, and by elastic compression of grains, by expelling amount of water present in pores. So what means is you have to take out or reduce space of air voids. Whatever voids are having air, you can reduce them, their volume, or you can compress soil grains so that that's automatically achieved. Elastic compression it is called. Means elastic means its stress is proportional to strain. In that limit it's called elastic compression. So by elastic compression of soil we can so do it. And soil grains, or you can say expelling amount of water from those pores. Pores means grains, voids, that's called pores. So compaction takes place. Compaction is affected due to expulsion of air from voids of soil mass by applying mechanical means. Whatever mechanical means, that is by giving blows, by passage of roller. You can use roller, road roller, machine roller to do that, or by applying vibrations, or by whatever other types of loading. Means we have to load and vibrate that, or statically do. The vibration is more important. So we find that compaction is due to first reason elastic compression of pole of soil grains is so little that it can be neglected. So, and a process of densification by removal of water is termed as consolidation, which is slow and long term process. This means chances of water to come out of soil are limited, but air can come out, and that's what means if you reduce air voids volume, this means it can get better compaction. So, or you can say compaction means a word itself says, term itself saying calm and packed. Pack means a packet. You force that packet to become more stronger, reduce in volume if possible. That's called compaction. Means uniformly you compact it, compact and compact and compact, and compaction is therefore what is there? Pack it more and more and more until it is rebound. Rebound means it should not come back to a stage. You force it into it to reduce it and come back again. That doesn't give anything. So what it says that compaction is resorted to improvement of properties, and which are that increase in density, strength of soil is increased, and permeability which was there because of voids is decreased due to decrease in pore pressure. Pore we call voids or pores, and settlement due to application of load shall be less after soil has been compacted. Means compacted soil shall further compact little, and which we call that compressibility. Permeability decreases also because when voids are reduced, volume or route of that water to flow in be very smaller, and water. Very well, you can say a smaller quantity shall flow through vials. Swelling and shrinkage of decreases. Swelling shall decrease and shrinkage decreases, and stability of soil affected in better way. Now there was laboratory compaction test we discussed in that, which were there, and we still remember that. Standard Proctor compaction was there. Experimental procedures were there, which I don't remember actually we discussed or not. Let us do it. It doesn't make much, even if we discuss, so it is refreshing. So laboratory compaction test, I say, laboratory compaction test, compaction of whatever soil is measured quantitatively in terms of dry density. That's called compaction of soil is measured quantitatively in terms of dry density. There are a number of laboratory tests conducted, developed for compacting soil, and main aim of these tests is to arrive at some standard which shall be basis of comparison for field compaction. Right? Let me put my scan on. I forgot to scan open. Let me put now, and whatever it happens here, happen, no problem. Half or full. I actually did not remember and I had to scan it. And that's why I'm finding a problem. No problem at all. Alright, now. So what I say is there are a number of laboratory tests that have been developed for compacting soil. Main aim of these tests is to arrive to some standard which would be basis of comparison for field compaction. So comparison we require, that's important. Among all laboratory compaction tests, device designed by Proctor, R. Proctor, has become very popular and is known as the standard Proctor compaction test, which is very known. We know Proctor compaction test. The standard Proctor compaction test is R. Proctor introduced this test for first time in 1933. By means of this test, value of optimum moisture content and corresponding dry density is determined. So now there is an apparatus here. Apparatus of this test consists of a cylindrical mold, that is this figure, cylindrical mold of 4 inches or 10.15 centimeter diameter and 11.7 centimeter high. So 10.15 centimeter diameter and 11.1 centimeter high. Its volume is 0.945 liter. A hammer having weight of 2.5 kilogram is used for compaction, and it's used for compaction. That is another figure. I'll just show you that figure. Hold on. What it says, that hammer is dropped from a height of 30.5 centimeter. Hammer is dropped from a height of 30.5 centimeter above soil, and fall of hammer is free. Striking face of hammer is having diameter of 5 centimeter. That is striking face of hammer. Guide cylinder around hammer. Guide cylinder around hammer is having such a height that drop will always be 30.5 centimeter. Cylinder is capped on surface of soil by one hand. Hammer is raised by other hand. As far as it will go, it goes and is then released. Soil is compacted in 3 equal layers, and each layer is compacted by 25 blows of hammer. An extension collar is added to Proctor's mold while compacting third layer. So first you see these figures which are more important to understand them. This you might have seen in your university, but still for refreshing I am showing you. This is in a mold, plastic mold, dimension, height higher than base, and this is a slide show to you. This is diamond, this is called, and this is your hammer, your hammer. This is guide cylinder outside, and this is hammer. This is provider. Dimensions are written here in text also, you can see. I have already told dimensions to you, that it is what I can say, this mold is 10.15 centimeter dia and 11.7 centimeter high. So height is more important, more than dia, and also extension piece can be added, that is 2 inches or 50 mm can be added to this, and then hammer weight is 2.5 kilogram, which is used for compaction, and the hammer is dropped from height of 12 inches. That's what we have seen. Now experimental procedure, let us see what experiment we can do on this. There is a statement here, experimental procedure. Hammer is dropped from a height of 30.5 centimeter above soil, and this is what we have to think and do. So it says take about 20 kilogram of soil, 20 kilogram of soil, 20 not gram, kilogram. Take about 20 kilogram of soil and sieve it through 4.75 mm seal. Discard residue unsealed. Use only past soil, say about 16 kilogram. Mix it with water to make water content about 7% in case of sandy soil and 10% in case of clay soil. Less than estimated optimum moisture content. Keep mixed soil in airtight tin for 18 to 20 hours. To ensure thorough mixing of soil with water. This is for 18 to 20 hours you have to mix with soil. Now let's go further. So this is an experiment we are talking. 7% of content, about 7% water, and we added to that mix, and now we wait for 20 to 24 hours, 18 to 24 hours. Now clean empty Proctor mold. Clean empty Proctor mold, dry and wait. Assemble mold with extension piece or cellar or collar on solid base plate. Divide mixed soil sample into 8 equal parts and mix it thoroughly again. Fill mold mixed soil to such a height that after compaction height of soil is 1/3 of total height. This is done because soil is to be compacted in 3 layers. 3 layers 11 point something, so it is 3.5, something like that, 4.5, 3 something. Now compact soil by giving 25 blows, staggering places of blows in each part of mold by shifting position of hammer. After compaction of first layer is over. After compaction of first layer is over, make scratches with knife. Scratches with knife on surface and lay second layer whose width shall be little more than 2/3 of height of mold, so that after compaction it is 2/3 of height. Compact it also with 25 blows in same layer. Compact third layer also with 25 blows in same fashion. Remove extension collar and level top with straight edge. Take out mold and weigh it along with soil. Take out some soil from mold and find out moisture content. Repeat that process with new sample of same soil. Obtained 8 readings. Each time moisture content must be different. Calculations. Now, dry density can be found in following way. YT gamma T is equal to W over V. W is weight and V is volume, and gamma T is unit weight of soil mass. And W over V, that is gamma T, is equal to weight of solid plus weight of water over volume, and gamma D, that is dry density, equal to weight of solid over weight of solid over volume. The moisture content, that is W, is equal to weight of water, W weight WW over weight of water over weight of solid. Weight of water over weight of solid, that's percentage you can say. That is WW weight of water is equal to W minus WS over WS equal to W over WS minus 1, or 1 plus W is equal to 1 plus W over W plus. And weight of solid is equal to, you can say, then weight of solid is equal to weight over 1 plus weight of W over. And gamma D is equal to WS over V equal to W over V over 1 plus W. So gamma D is equal to W over V plus 1 plus W. From experiment, weight W and moisture content W is unknown. Alright, now I'll show you this first of all. What actually this is. Experimental procedure, let me show you. This is experimental procedure here. And this is its formula, how it works. See that, Now we say that gamma D is equal to Ws over V is equal to W over V plus into 1 plus W small w from experiment. Weight W and moisture content W is known. That W is moisture content, W is known. Volume V of mole is constant. That's volume V of mole is 945 cc, and that's the value of dry density for each 10 minutes. Annualized. A graph between moisture content and dry density may be drawn. Yawning is already 2 hours more. I take. Graph between moisture content and dry density may be drawn, and this graph is very common in field. I will show you this graph. Very, very common. I already shown. I will follow on time for some time. Just for 10 seconds, you rest to this fan. This graph is here, just for your information. This graph is here. Moisture content of abscissa and dry density on ordinate. And you can see these curves with different moisture contents maybe, and that's two systems. The graph is here. Now this figure shows curve between dry density and moisture content. From curve we can see that dry density goes on increasing. Dry density goes on increasing with increase in moisture content. What? Moisture content. Yes, increasing. I don't know. Concept is same. Moisture content is increasing. How is it? It's a wrong statement. It can't be like that. From curves we see that dry density goes on increasing. Goes on increasing with increase in moisture content. No, something wrong here. It should be decreasing actually. See here short says, or it says, I'll show you the curve. After that, it says for curve we see that dry density goes on increasing with increasing moisture content up to point O. Okay, up to point O. And that where is point O? This is here, which is called optimum moisture content. So it should be that from curve we see that dry density goes on increasing with increase in moisture content up to point O, or increase in optimum moisture content actually it should be now. After that dry density decreases, after that point I mean to say after optimum moisture content, dry density decreases even with increase in moisture content. Moisture content corresponding to maximum point of dry density on moisture content or moisture content. Dry density curve is known as optimum moisture content. Okay, now moisture content corresponding to maximum point of moisture content dry density curve is known as optimum moisture content OMC. In this particular case, optimum moisture content value is 10.5%. Value of dry density corresponding to optimum moisture content is 2 gram centimeters. Now, I have shown you this. It says that value of dry density corresponding to optimum moisture content is 2 gram per centimeter cube. That is 2 gram per centimeter cube. A point E, and which is maximum value of dry density. And there are three curves shown in this. Now, this line showing relation between moisture content and dry density containing a certain percentage of air voids or having a certain degree of saturation can be drawn on same compaction curve. A line which shows moisture content dry density relation for soil containing a constant percentage of air voids is known as air void line. Air void line dry density for this can be calculated using formula which is gamma d, that's dry density, is equal to 1 minus eta A bracket G into gamma W or 1 plus small w into G. G is specific gravity of soil solids and W small is equal to moisture content of soil, and percentage air voids is NA, percentage air void. So it is volume of air voids over total volume of undried soil. That is moisture. You call it what? Normally call it this, and volume of air voids over total volume of undried soil. Now, line showing a relation between moisture content and dry density for a constant degree of saturation can be calculated by following formula. Gamma D is equal to G into gamma W or 1 plus W into G over S. So let us show you first this. You can see there are various three lines, graph, and this is the formula here. Now in this line, this number 1 is there shown on top is zero air void line, in which you can say it starts at F and goes to G. FG, the zero air void line, in which moisture content is increasing, but there is no. This one is a zero air void line. If there is no air void in that, in which case at 6 moisture content, 6% moisture, it's 2.3 higher, while it's coming down, and at optimum moisture content, it's not optimal actually. It's now 2.28, and it's at 10% moisture content, 15% moisture content, as you know, standard. Okay. So now we'll say next one. Let's go to the next one. Now S is degree of saturation, so theoretical maximum compaction of given moisture content corresponds to zero air void condition or to fully saturated condition, that is reduce formula to omega is equal to omega is equal to G into gamma W over 1 plus omega into G. Zero air wide line has been shown. Zero air wide line is a theoretical line because it is not possible to remove all air wides by compaction. Modified Proctor test. Modified Proctor test. Well, I will do this video up to I think 3 hours, and then I shift to other files. So today's video shall be I think 2. That shall be, I can say, you can say share, screen share, another one. Modified Proctor test. See, I am getting my air out. I am compacting myself. I am compacting my neck. So my neck is compacted and moisture I drank, optimum moisture content should reach. Applying engineering on your body is also important. Okay. Standard Proctor test may be viewed as a laboratory procedure designed to bring soils to approximately same state density as is obtained with earth dams or compacted by rollers. Okay. See this is happening. This is a modified Proctor test I am talking. Then I am talking theory of compaction. Then this physical chemical theory. Then Hodgson-Tauler's lubrication theory. And then I will talk about factors affecting compaction. Let us do first this, then I shift to documents here. Now so I will take a little water, which takes for more air. Standard Proctor tests would view as a laboratory procedure designed to bring soils to approximately same state of density as is obtained when earth dams are compacted by rollers. More recently, US Corps of Engineers felt necessity of greater densities of airport pavement, subgrades, earth dams, embankments, etc. than those indicated by standard Proctor tests. Heavy compacting machineries have been developed to meet this need. Hence, and they have introduced modified test. Test has been standardized by American Association of State Highway Officials, and test is known as modified ASHU test, AASHO, ASHU test. In this test, same cylindrical mold of standard Proctor test is used, but hammer weighs 10 lips. Soil is compacted in 5 layers, and each layer is compacted by 25 blows. Height of fall of hammer is, in this case, 45.5 centimeter. Experiment is performed exactly in the same way as a standard Proctor test. Graph between moisture content and dry density is also drawn in same manner. A typical curve for modified Proctor test is shown, and from figure we see that optimum moisture content is, in this case, 9%, and dry density corresponding to 1C is 2.1 G per diameter. You can say G per centimeter square, and 9% in case dry density corresponds to OMC. This is from figure we see that optimum moisture content OMC point E in this case is 9%, and dry density corresponding to OMC is 2.1 gram per centimeter cube. This is and thus it is obvious that value of OMC decreases and value of the dry density increases with increase in compacting energy. So this is a figure, let me say, this is 17.3. This figure is there. Already has seen that figure. Let me show you again. No problem. Let's say again, this is figure like that. Now, theory of compaction. What is that? Principle of compaction can be explained by Lambe's physico-chemical theory. Lambe's physico-chemical theory, or Hagen-Tagler's lubrication theory. Lambe's physico-chemical theory. According to this theory, each particle of soil has got a thin layer of solid adsorbed water and thick layer of viscous double layer water. So thin layer of solid adsorbed water and double layer, and thick layer of viscous double layer water. Increase of moisture content of soil increases thickness of viscous double layer water. With increase in thickness of viscous double layer water, viscosity of water, surface tension forces and water soaking capacity decreases. Surface tension forces and water soaking capacity decreases. As a result, arrangement of particles is easier with greater water content, and hence dry density increases. as a result of arrangement of particles is easier with greater water content and hence dry density increases. But this increase is only up to certain limit, that is up to optimum moisture content. Beyond this, it's not possible to remove air by decreasing void space. Hagen-Douglas lubrication theory. According to this theory, has shown that soil particles absorb a film of water when water is added to soil, dry soil. Upon addition of more water, these films get thicker and permit. Soil particles to slide over the earth more easily. That is not on fan. So these soil particles slide over each other easily, which process is called lubrication. Lubrication means, again I am reading, according to Hagen-Douglas theory, which assumes that soil particles absorb the film of water when water is added to dry soil. Upon addition of more water, these get thicker and permit soil particles to slide over each other more easily, and this is called lubrication. Since thickness of water film on coarse particle is negligible, thickness of water film on coarse particle is negligible in comparison to fine-grained soils. In comparison with particle, what says negligible in comparison particle diameter, process is called lubrication. Since thickness of water film on coarse particles is negligible in comparison with particles diameter, on coarse particle thickness of water is very negligible, negligible in comparison with particle diameters. Lubrication effects are limited to fine-grained soils. Because of lubrication, addition of a small amount of water to dry soil aids compaction process. Now, lubrication effects are negligible. Okay, it was because of lubrication, addition of a small amount of water to a dry soil adds compaction process. Additional water replaces air from soil voids up to a certain point, and after now, because of lubrication, Addition of a small amount of water to dry soil aids compaction process. Additional water replaces air from soil voids up to certain point, but after a relatively high degree of saturation is reached, water water occupies space which could be filled with soil particles and so we have to understand like this means it says again and again that additional water replaces air from soil voids up to a certain point, but after a relatively high degree of saturation is reached, water occupies space which could be filled with right. There is says additional water. This yes, okay, fine now. Actually, it's very small font. It's difficult to read. There is says that after the high area of saturation is reached, water occupies space which could be occupied, which could be occupies, which could be filled with soil particles, and the amount of entrapped air remains essentially constant. There is observation. There is therefore of entrapped air remains essentially constant. Is therefore an optimum amount of mixing of air. Now let's see something else. There is therefore an optimum amount of mixing water for a given soil and compact and compact compaction process, which gives a maximum weight of soil per unit volume. Now factors affecting compaction. These are moisture content, compacting effort, soil type, method of compaction. Moisture content, that is mixing of water to dry soil, helps in bringing solid soil particles together. Actually, water coats the soil particles. At low moisture, soil is stiff and cannot be packed easily. With increase in moisture content, water starts acting as a lubricant and home dry solutions. So mixing of water to dry soil helps in bringing soil particles together. Actual water coats soil particles at low moisture. Soil is stiff and cannot be packed easily. With increase in moisture content, water starts acting as a lubricant and hence soil particles come close due to increased workability. Thus, soil water air mixture starts occupying lesser volume under soil water. What it says then, with increase in moisture content, water starts acting as a lubricant, and hence soil particles come close due to increased workability. Thus, soil water air mixture starts occupying lesser volume under compacting energy. Dry density is increased due to reduction in volume as more and more water is added. A stage is reached when air content of soil attains maximum amount. Alright, no, it's little drowning here. Thus, soil water air mixture starts occupying lesser volume under compacting energy. Dry density increases due to reduction in volume. And more and more water is added. Stage is reached when air content of soil attains minimum volume under particle compacting. What dry density of this stage is maximum, and this particular moisture content is known as optimum moisture content. So what I say, this is addition of more water reduces dry density because extra water occupies space which soil would have occupied. There are now three curves here: moisture content versus dry density, and this is one is 15 below and one is so one is, you can say, dry density in this optimum moisture content here is, there are 3 points. One is at 9, one is at 10, and one is at 11%. This line of optimus, 15 blows, and this is 15 blows and 20 blows and 15 blows. And this is called light of optimus, 15 to 25 blows. Compacting effort. Let's move further. Compacting effort. What is that? Let us see compacting effort, and then I can shift them. Find out from. If compacting energy is increased, value of maximum dry density increases and value of optimum moisture content increases. Now a set of typical curves for dry density moisture content relationship has been shown Three compactive efforts were applied: 15 blows, 20 blows, and 25 blows, and results were plotted on same graph paper. Value of optimum moisture content in all three cases have been shown respectively at point A, B, and C. From curve it's clear that curve shifts upwards and left direction due to increase in compactive effort. Value of optimum moisture content decreases and value of dry density increases with increase in number of blows. Line joining, peaks of all these curves is called line of optimus. Shape of line of optimus is more or less like zero air wide line. Of course, there is no linear relationship in increase in maximum guidance. You can again see this curve which is talking or referring to. This is that curve. Left side is the increase in density, blow number 15, 20, 25 blows, and you can see on left side moisture content is left and reduced and density increases. That's what's falling about right now. So what it says now, in the further, it is called, you have seen, this is shape like this. Now, from curve it's clear that curve shifts to upwards and left direction due to increase in compactive effort. Value of optimum moisture content decreases and stand a few minutes. I think light is a little difficult, so let me stand and do this better. I think for 5-10 minutes. I got some more light here from bulb. Let me leave it standing. Better stand and read it because I can get light here. And it says that from curve it's clear that curve shifts upwards and left direction due to increase in compactive effort. Value of optimum moisture content decreases and value of dry density increases with increase in number of blows. Line joining all these peaks, all these curves, that is line ABC, is called line of optimus. Line of optimus, you can say. Here is line of optimus. See this line of optimus. Line of optimus, and so that line of optimus. Shape of line of optimus is more or less like zero air wide line. Of course, there is no linear relationship in increase in maximum dry course. Of course, shape of line is more or less same. Zero air line, of course, there is no linear relationship in increase in maximum dry density. with increased compacting energy for a given soil. Debate is also reached so far as achievement of maximum tide density is concerned, beyond which no amount of compacting energy increases value. Then soil type. What is soil type? One of condition also. And then method of compaction. Let us see what soil type. Soil type now. What is soil type? Maximum dry density depends upon type of soil. Means type of soil, well graded, coarse grained soils can be compared to very high density as compared to fine grained soils. It says well graded coarse grained soils can be compared to very high density as compared to fine grained soils. Heavy clays can be compacted to low densities. Optimum moisture content of fine grained soils is more as compared to coarse grained soils. Optimum moisture content of fine grained soil is more you can say as compared to coarse grained soils. Addition of even small amount of fines to coarse grained soils permits development of higher density, which increasing moisture content for same applied energy. Large amount of fines decrease maximum density and increase optimum moisture content. And hence only optimum amount of fines should be added to coarse grained soils. A well-graded soil having a large coefficient of uniformity will have to have much higher compaction. Small grade soil having a large coefficient of uniformity shall have a much higher compaction. Right. The well-graded soil having a large coefficient of uniformity shall have a much higher. A well-graded soil having large coefficient of uniformity shall have much higher compaction than that of close-grained soil, a low coefficient. In general, it has been found that as plasticity index decreases, compaction increases. This is clear from fact that it decreases plasticity, soil becomes plastic at lesser water content, and hence for equal amount of water, content of particles can move through realized. The method of compaction. Manner in which compaction is done or compacting. Method of compaction. Let us see method of compaction. Manner in which compaction is done or compacting energy is applied influences attainment of dry density, and very little is known as to how and why matter of compaction and flux density. Weight of equipment, manner of table. Weight of equipment, manner of operation such as dynamic or static, time and areas of contact between soil and compacting element, etc. Influence value of soil density in real soil. Now you go to, let's say, just we have a look at it, maybe you can't say anything here, but let's just look at it. Soil is now here matter effect of compaction on properties of soil, and the effect compactions are structure, effect on structure, effect on permeability, effect on compressibility, swelling and humidity. Purpose of soil engineering. Purpose of soil engineering means it's not simply that we are talking here something. It's very important from engineering viewpoint, from you can say construction viewpoint. Soil, which is basics, which you can say which is basics of foundations, right? It's the ground for foundations, which building is living of its impact. Building is very much responsible and obliged. Soil is actually completely unforeseen. It's not clear what's there. Okay. That's okay. Now, every engineer is responsible for understanding soil. And soil, because it's not uniform anywhere in world, you can say. You cannot say that this area is sandy, purely sand, and this area is purely silt, and this is purely clay. No one can claim that. It's not possible. Nothing is possible like that. It varies from one place to other place, and therefore we cannot with guarantee say that what I am talking is right. It's all theoretical, completely theoretical. You may say that. Yes, say that. This will talk continuously with soil issue and how it affects, because it's better to go little, we'll go through this already 3 o'clock, 3 hours, so I'll talk it separately, compaction. But I'm just shifting to something else. We'll talk about construction, which is very, very important. And I said last time, because soil is one part, but important part. So this book is actually it's broken. You can see what's happening to the book. It's happening because of this. I would say now you have to take care of this book, otherwise you go away. I talked of this last time. This is talked last time about this. We keep it down, and we talked of lift. I remember we talked of lift, and we had poured lift. Elevator we had poured, and we said that we'll look. You have to. I think we did not remove shutters. I remember we just left it for curing and did not remove shutters. So what we have to do, you remember that we did all shuttering work of lift and say we'll remove these shutters later on. Now is enough time. I can say that we have given enough time for shuttering. Let us say that it is to be removed, and already next day we had taken bolts, etc. and all that. Now let us say we have taken out shutters from inside first, because platform is still there. We have taken out heavy shutters. These are. We have to use crane, tower crane if we can, or some other crane. We can use during fixing as well as erection. Now we are using this platform which is inside existing one, and they have to take out all shutters, 4 shutters, take them out and keep them somewhere else in correct place where it can be rebuilt. It can be, rebuilt somewhere. The place where the other places. We have cleaned that internal, and we also we cannot say that we have to remove that platform. That platform we keep there, just remove shutters, and externally we clear everything. But scaffolding we keep there, right? Scaffolding both inside and outside we keep there. Then it's our responsibility to go and seek all surfaces that we should do, all surfaces inspections ourselves, and see if there is some honeycombing or voids or out of plumb. But we have to take care of curing during this period. I think in this case, because all are vertical members, curing compound shall suit best in this case. Even if it is water-based curing compound, as I said, water-based is 65% effective, yet it's better for future because no gelatinous layer shall form on that. No gelatinous layer will form. While in other cases, in wax-based case, which is of course much better than water-based, if you are ready to use decomposition compound, or you can say do something so that this gelatinous layer is removed before blasting activity or rendering it discontinuous. So we have to spray water on that surfaces, all surfaces. We have to spray water thoroughly, completely inside and outside on each area, and then put on back after spraying water. Curing compound in uniform thickness and uniform, no space should be left except top, which we cannot do this way, and where we have to continue next the construction joint, cover with adhesion and plastic, and all surfaces sprayed with curing compound. And then, or if you are not using curing compound, then we have to cover with adhesion bags and polythene cover on that, and keep continuous cure without any fail. And you have to start remaking this. Curing compound is best, I would suggest to you, because you are free after spraying that in vertical surfaces particularly. I'm not asking you to use your use some horizontal slabs immediately. But after that you have to take curing, flooded curing on that. The Haitian bags and shade. But vertical surfaces, it's suggested to use, good useful. Now you can say we have freedom from our homework. We have freedom from our homework, and we are going to do other activities on that. But we have staircase. Staircase, which is also very important. You cannot leave it because we have done lift, so we do not need staircase. You need very much staircase. And when you are doing a staircase, means you have to start from step number 1, and that's very important. Step number 1, which also a ground beam exists there. And what about that beam of that stair? There must be a beam to which this should be connected, and that beam must be structural beam, not a ground beam. So when you did foundations at that time, there should have been cross beams and beam, and that structure was, it. Staircase, which is really, I had some drawings of staircase. I shall like to show you that drawing, but this book is not permitting me. And can I take out from these my other records? I can say that. Let's see this actually. I have this drawing. I did not try to get it from you. Show you from what I can try. This stairs, which is a very, very important part of this. Let me see if I can dig out. I think not this way. It should be other way around. So it should be farther. It should be somewhere here. Because stair is always a problem in world of construction. Really a big issue. Stair. I think I will not find it. I will not take a stair here. Lower dimensions or lower dimensions shall not suffice that problem. Sometimes I need and I don't get it, right? It's always there. way, I can't find that way. Let me see if I can get something. I don't want to get it. I'll try it. Something should be somewhere. Scale, cover, scale, cover. Okay, I got something. Oh, it's okay, fine. I'm sure I discussed with you. I discussed with this one. It's going to be a better one. Something better than nothing. Proceed with drawing here. First you sit down, then you sit down, then you sit down. Take out this time, but I'm going to keep on. Take out this time. And before, I will show this first. The other one will come. Put it in the back. Let it go back. Not possible, huh? Not possible like this. Hold it. Hold it and show it that way. Too strong. Can you see that? This is a drawing of a stair. It's not very clear yet. this now. Now I think it's better. You see this drawing here? This drawing here, you can see closely, and this is little back I take, and here it is stair. This is stair, right? You may see very unclear, but I close it now. I take a close look and I show you. Very confusing. You can see this landing here, and you can see this here is connected here, this beam. You can see that, and if you take this one, you can see this is straight. I'm showing you only. I have many other details, but I'm showing this. I got immediately this one, and then you can see this detail here. This is start of stair. You can see that. This is start of a stair. This is bottom beam on which this can say structural beam of stair, and this is in ground floors connected to, means we have arrangement not shown here, but this beam is main on which will take moments, and this is your slab. You can say the slab here, and I have taken this slab, and then of course this landing floor landing here, and this is beam, and on center of this, if you just pull it off, I say I take it to other one, so I can say that. Let just a minute, please. Let me just fold it over. Yeah, here this is actually, this is end beam of floor, and this is floor landing, and middle of floor landing is middle of floor landing, not shown in this, and here you can see this beam which I showed you, foundation beam. This is span of this stair, and this thickness is called waist. In this I have taken 250 mm, and this beam is taken this is 500 deep, because the soil is very bad there, and this is because very weak soil was there, and the staircase reinforcement plan actually it is. Just for information, I'm showing you reinforcement. There's a architectural plan also for this, but I had in my hands only this. So why these people don't accept now? So this is called stair. This is a stair stair. There's another one also, which is now I'll show you later on. And if you see here a full another one, I'll show you full one. Here you can say like this. Oh my God, yeah, I have paper with it. And we take this way. This is down portion now. Now this upper portion here, and this is upper portion here. So this is called staircase. So there's a roof cover on that, and that roof cover is here. I will show you that cover as well. And this is roof cover here. This is roof cover here on this room type roof cover. We call roof cover here. This roof cover, roof, you can say stair roof. And this is one drawing, and let me show you other as well. I can show you. That's better, I think. It will be better to show that. This is and this is. You can make it. Now I'm trying to show something else. I'm trying to show architecture of this, which is I think better than the structure. So I will show you architecture. Let me show you plan first. This is plan here. Plan here. Yes. You see this is here. This is coverage. This is, you can see this lands architectural detail of stair here. You see that here, it's going up is shown. This is here, and this is from next floor, upper one is like this. Right? This is your floor. It's very old drawing, you know. I don't know how many years back was drawn. Very old, and this was not computerized, otherwise very old drawing it is. And it's like this is one drawing, and I'll show you now further of this what I want to do. And keep it there. Now, this is the architectural part of this. I'll show you architectural part of this. And this is that part, you know, architectural part of this. Elevation section, etc. Here. This drawing. And you can also see here inclination of top, that is, you know, slope proof is shown by inclination of top. This is slope proof. This is that. Now I'm talking of this. I'm not talking of this building, I'm talking of stairs, just to keep in mind. I'm only talking of stairs, I'm not talking of building. So what we have to see here, as I said, what actually my intention is to show you, I'm talking of building stair, so I am talking of building stair. Let me put it there. My purpose I have to show you. Put on the So my purpose was to show you, to display to you about stair and what stair is, that was shown now. Function of stair is to staircase and stair, first of all understand difference. Stair is means steps, a group, a lineage of steps. In many steps together that takes you to some landing or to some floor. Components of stairs are, it has step, and step comprises of vertical and horizontal distances. Vertical portion is called riser. Rise means you rise, and that's what's called riser. And horizontal portion is called tread. T-R-E-A-D. Rise plus tread. And that hypotenuse, triangular, this is triangle. This is called step. Structural meaning is this, architectural meaning is triangle that is composed of riser and tread is step. And this step is not single, there are so many steps in one stair piece or stair flight we call it. If you go from start step, one step, to landing step, or even direct to floor, landing is generally everywhere, and that's called a flight, stair flight, F-L-I-G-S-T. That flight is composed of these steps, all steps, how many there are, maybe 15, maybe not more than 12 it is, in public places, because otherwise you get tired. So that number of steps plus slab supporting them, inclined slab supporting them, which is called waist slab, WAIST, waist slab. This waist slab plus these steps is called flight, and then it reaches at a slab which is called landing. So you may say, when I say first step, though we don't call it, we can say take off. You may call take off. There's nothing mentioned here, but no bar. You may call that level from where you are rising take off. Take off this flight and reach landing, and then go to landing. From there you go to another waist slab, another flight. So you cover one floor slab. That is called floor to floor. If you consider structural floor level to another structural floor level, it's called stair. Means stair equal to rise number of steps plus flight waist slab plus landing plus then another flight and reach landing. That's called stair. And a cover, if it is there on that, on top of building, which is called terrace room or barsati room, whatever you can call that, that is called stair cover. So stair cover and stair equal to staircase. This is terminology. Riser is generally lower, if it is called good stair. You want to have a comfortable stair, you do not need high riser. Means if it is 100 mm, it's of course very good, but it's too low. It shall require more space for stair. It's 100 mm, and if it is 125 mm, it's better, it's comfortable, and it's 150 mm, it is less better, but depends on space. And if you take more and more, it's not good, it's not favorable. Though space restraint is solved by that, I have seen some people using even 200 mm riser. It will, steep slope you call it, which is not good for health and not safe as well. While you can say horizontal, the strand, it can be up to 200 mm, 250 mm, it's okay. You need a comfortable stair. While now thickness of this waist slab I am calling, generally we use this type of stair, which we call longitudinal stair. Means from one level to another landing we calculate like that. We calculate that way. Means span means horizontal distance, where you start that landing center and where you end that landing center. This horizontal distance is named span of longitudinal stair. Now because we have to design that, that's very you can say very complicated type design as well as complicated type construction. I'm talking of design because it's related to understanding of stair. Otherwise this is not design talk, but better information I will use, better way, in any way you should get something about that. Because the stair is very complicated part of a building and people are confused actually about this. What they do, they say, no, this floor height should be this much. Arbitrarily they say it should be 10 feet or something, 11 feet or 12 feet. They don't understand. I don't take it this way, just be clear. Never take flight blindly. I mean to say not flight, sorry, say your floor height. This floor to that floor should be 12 feet, so the 11 feet should be 10 feet, or 3 meter or 4 meter. No, that's not right way. Fundamentally, that's not right way, though it's nothing wrong. I mean to say it can be done, but basically It doesn't suit accuracy. What suit accuracy is, you decide riser height. If you think you don't need much high room, then you reduce risers. And if you think you need more high room, then you increase risers. So it's up to you to decide what comfort you get. If you use 125 mm riser, that you can say 125, approximately 5 inches. I think that's comfortable one. If you use 6 inches, that little less comfortable. But you do not forget that you have kids in your home, you have old people in your home, senior people, you have maybe some sick people in your home, and you have women in your home with pregnancy. So there are so many factors that acoustic is where you have to consider acoustically. Actually, what do you want? Because house is not built for one day, it's forever. Means you have to think circulation, comfort. Circulation is very important. Your stair may be less in width, but question is not that. How easily you can rise on your stair, how easily you can ascend on a stair, and how safely you can come out of that, come down. I am saying easily because rising is always against gravity. When you rise on a stair, you move upwards, you are working, you work against gravity, you have to apply additional efforts to move up. So those efforts are less if your work is less, your height is less, and they are more if your height is more. While descending means coming down, at that time this is reverse, means you are just coming. So you have to be very sure about this. I understand if you take 4 inches, you need more space, which you may not afford. But if you have good house, good area, then better keep 5 inches or 125 mm. Or if you say no, then you can say okay, 6 inches, 150 mm you keep. But I don't think more than that you keep. That's not convenient from safety viewpoint. So we have to see, let us say we take 5 inches now or 125 mm. So if you take 125 mm, in 1 meter, how many this comes in? Certainly this will be, I think, in 1 meter you will get 8 risers in 1 meter. So you want to say, I want in total height of floor, I want 20 risers. This means 20 risers in 1 meter you are getting, in 1 meter 8 risers. So in second you are getting 8 risers. So this is 16 risers. In third you are getting 24 risers. So if you take 24 risers, you can see how many meters this come. If you think no, it's more than required, then you reduce 1 or reduce 2. It depends upon calculation, and that is your, you can say, structural floor to floor height. I calculate that way because I don't want to change riser. I don't want that my half riser should be one height and half riser should be another height. That is against law. That's against understanding of stair technology or engineering. Every stair riser should be equal. So you can say sometimes your floor height may be 3.25 meter, it may be 3.5 meter. Okay, I keep 3.25 or I keep 3.5. It doesn't make difference because I am getting riser equally, which is very important for kids, very important for everybody. And because when you rise on that, your leg automatically, your foot automatically programs itself, and that will react. Maybe in beginning you feel something. When you say you get up at night and come down or go up, you will not feel that much because there is no obstruction as you are safe by designs. That point is very important from understanding viewpoint. So I said that this is first point, that I have taken say 13 stairs, 13 risers in one flight. 13 risers means if you multiply by 125 you will get that, and then maybe another 13 for other one, so you will get one floor height. Then ask your architect or whoever it is, I want so many equal risers, not don't confuse with inches or some masons will tell them something. I have seen this is really accidental way, and people fall on that. So this is very basic point I am telling. Then design of that means I have seen people just design in ornamental way. I am surprised how these masons who take direct works without involvement of engineer, that they can I don't know what they design itself. When you are doing structure, your design should be reasonably good, reasonably strong, okay. Otherwise, there is no meaning of design. Because we have to design a stair means we have to find its bending moment, accordingly we do it. Because there are so many forces or actions which are which our members are subjected to. Members means building members, not myself. Members in building. Membership means members of elements of this frame. We call beam, we call column, we call slab, we call whatever we call it. These are all members of slab. I mean, these should be very strong, and these should be very strong in that sense, and these should give us what is required. If I don't get any information, I assume that one, and accordingly we design. So as we design building, framing, and all that, we have to design this stair as well. And as I said, in first beam, which I showed you in bottom beam, from that beam to our landing bit, and then landing beam to another exit tower. It is very strong. Now, point is stronger. So now what we are going is that we have say 200 waste slab, maybe more. 200 is minimum. I don't think it's less than that. If it is there, this defective one. I'm not going to do any saving in such slabs, because this is very. Stair is only used when there is fire. Don't forget that. That's only critical route to escape a building, and there should be no misery on that. A lift would be closed, but a stair would work. It may be emergency stair or it may be normal stair. Should stay till fire stay. It should not collapse until its columns collapse. So it's very important that your stair becomes a point of discussion for people. And of course there are columns, there are beams, everything possible here. So what we say now, that we have to move forward with this stair, because the stair will take us up. So we are going up. Now I said calculation of forces in the stair. I did not tell you calculation of forces because I will make another video of that to interact with you how I calculated this, and that is a framing calculation, that is a moments calculation, that's analysis of frames. I'll share with you, not now, maybe after some days, because I have that files with me, Excel files. I program myself, and that is analysis of buildings frames based on Carney's rotation contribution method. And also that's one part, but there are many other beams designs and column designs and slab designs, deflection, moment, shear. So many parameters are calculated. Similarly here, because this is a different part of frame, it is longitudinal, means we have to take longitude. It's called longitudinal stair. There are stairs like this way, short span, we say it's not longitudinal, but otherwise, but longitudinal means from there down to up. That span is considered center of bottom one, where you rise that place, that location to mid of that landing. That's called span, and we take a moment about that. And that span is very different from rest of building, because it is So this, center to center, let us say, if I say 13 rises as I suggested, let us assume 13 rises and 125. So you multiply by that. I'll multiply it. I know I can multiply just for your information. I'll multiply them, tell you how much it is. And this is, let us say how much is this. Let's say 13 risers, I take 13 risers into 125 mm, and that is 1.625. So 1.625 is too low, no problem, this is raised because continuation is there. If there is no, so you can even take 150. If you take 150, what shall happen? You can say 150. If it is 150 mm into 13, then it will be 1.95. So you take this one. Now let us say 13 I am taking. 13 risers means it is 12 threads. 12 threads into, let us say 25 I am taking to 50. So 3 meters. 3 meters is total width of steps. 12, what is 3 meters? Let us say width of steps. And then we have landing this end and that end. So it is, let us say, another 1 meter, half of half. So 4 meters it is, or say 4.25 or like this. So that calculation shall come into, say, this span, and we will say 1 ton. Let us say 1 meter is width of stair. Let us say 1 meter approximately. So because stair it's always subject to more loads than floor area. We take more load on this, some function you have in your house, more people are there, and a stair is a place where many coming down together and going upstairs. So load is always more there. I generally take 1 ton in other areas, total load. Here I won't take 1 ton, I'll take 50% more probably from safety viewpoint, safe work performance viewpoint. So I would take 1.5 ton. Let us assume 1 meter is width. So 1.5 ton is weight applicable in 1 square meter. So 1.5 ton into 4 meters, say 1.5 ton into 4 meters. I will say WL square over the formula, maybe WL square over 24 for example, or 20 let us say. W is here 1.5 into L is 4 meters. So for W.5, 1.5 into 4 meter, that's 4 square, 16. So this is 1.5 into 16 over, let us say 16, I take factor, just factor 16 or 20. So 16 cancels 16s. So 1.5 ton meter is bending moment here. If I take 1.5 meter ton bending moment for this stay out, it's fine. I have transferred this bending moment in this waste slab, which is 200 mm. So accordingly I shall put steel in this. I shall like to put steel in upper portion as well as in bottom portion. That's best nowadays. Don't so that's only way I'm telling you how to do stairs. It's not easy. Everybody has to understand what after all we have to do. So that's what I said yesterday. I would talk separately for this because it's a little complicated one. We have to understand what we want to say. So we have to think of how to do construction of this stair. So construction points are, here are construction elements are beam first, right? We have to think of bottom beam. We have to think for landing. Then we have to think for another flight, means bottom beam and flight. Then landing. Then landing means continuous in both way. One landing of this stair flight and other stair. So there's double landing or big landing. Then another flight and then floor. This is what we have to do. Means it is little complicated. Means this technology is different. Sequence is different. Means it cannot be just, oh, hey, do it and time. No. And moreover, beam columns are already there, but this landing is not full height, it's not here at floor level, this is an intermediate level. So there shall be another arrangement, means between these two columns which are going there supporting on this I mean to say supporting this slab of landing, waste slab, there must be some beam at that level where landing is going to stay. Landing will support on that beam, that beam should be in between those columns. So that is, you can say, landing beam is also an intermediate beam. That beam is between that floor level, upper floor level and lower floor level. So there is a beam in between. This point must be very clear. Between those two beams of slab, upper slab and lower slab, landing level, there is a beam. Right? We have to think that, so that's also a part of construction. Then, okay, because it is this way we are designing, so there's a beam. That beam must be constructed with first flight. Simply, you cannot leave the separate apart. It has to be connected. So what we do in two ways. So that's one point. So we have how many elements? This beam, bottom beam, and bottom beam cannot be left free. That's also a point. We have to make some arrangements. Means that beam should go to another beam which is not seen, but there is. If there's a column this way or that way, from this side, that beam should be connected to some other beam. Both ways we have to connect this beam, and from this beam we have to take waste, and we have to connect to that landing beam with landing and landing beam, and similarly from this side landing has to go up to connect to slab, upper slab. This is sequence that we have to go this. So first of all, important issue is bottom dimensions of, we call soffit dimensions of staircase. Who shall give that? How many times you design that? Now we have elements, we know which elements we have. First of all, we have flooring arrangement where we have to start this this beam. If there is basement also, we'll talk of that later, always confused. Let us forget basement at this stage. We start this beam, and this beam means when we constructed foundations, without beams, this cross beam to support land, the stair must be there at that time. And if we did not cast that beam, no problem, we must have left steel bars there. And suppose we have left steel bars, so we do blind this concrete here first, below complete floor of steel we have done concrete. This is blinding concrete, and then waterproofing, whatever was there, same is to be conducted here. And then we fix reinforcement of, after doing this blinding or soil improvement or blinding, and then we have to waterproof this and put same mortar for protection, and do beam reinforcement work. And also we have to fix waste as I will. So we have to do that, and we did that. Say we have finished that water thing. Now we have to do this all in that stair room, we call it. We can do all in that stair portion, not to leave anything behind. Now we have to, you see, or we could do that flooring later on also. It's not big deal. We can later on, but below beam is very important. If you even you left that room flooring, it doesn't make big major difference, because you've already done compaction, etc. here. So beam is there, and from there you can, you have dimensions from your AutoCAD. We are lucky that we have system these days. We can find out exact dimension of waste slab, and with beam, vertical dimension is known, beam horizontal dimension is known, you know, hypotenuse, like a dimension of waste slab, and also landing, because that landing at top we thought, but now we need soffit landing, soffit of landing, and we cannot calculate. It's not easy to calculate. So we take dimension from AutoCAD, because we draw structural drawing in AutoCAD, and we can take from their exact dimension, and then we can say this is beam of landing, which is generally, in landings we provide upstand beam, generally in mid landings, so that you get more clearance below landing. This is general principle. We use their, you know upstands rather than downstand. Structurally there's no difference of that. Better you take upstand, so that your brickwork also is small, or window if you fix above, that's also lesser size, and below there is more room, more head. So we take upstand there, and this upstand is one part. You can see this whole column to column, complete landing length, and landing is another part. So this shutters you have to prepare, this formwork, beam formwork, vertical part of beam, horizontal inclined part, and the horizontal landing, and then vertical portion of beam, and then sides, that is, you have to total height up to step, step riser and step tread cover. So you have from bottom of slab to height of beam. Height of slab means is up to stair. So this portion you have to prepare for shutters. Everything shall be inspected, don't worry, they will inspect you. This is one part of this. So you have to, what to do? You have to provide same scaffolding as you did before. Same, because this is inclined, you have to more stronger. Different heights you have to provide. It's not there was uniform height in that, but here every prop, every cup log or whatever, don't use bullies, etc. Jack are also not good. Take the cup log and different heights you have to provide in this way, in longitudinal way, but in horizontal way it's not, it's okay. So you have to be ready with this. At landing there will be two or three pipes up will be equal, but in inclined way slab, find that. And also in this part of landing means this stair, other stair flight, and you have to then do also this up to slab level. Don't cast it, but you provide shutters for whole, and then you can say you shall provide shutters, and you have to place, you have to, level of landing you have to check, this diagonal you have to check, level of beam you have to check, and then you can provide shutters to other one with same dimensions taken from AutoCAD. Dimension of landing connection means landing corner to corner, and the below corner, below point where it meets the slab above. So this beam which you have done in landing is for both. You don't go that. So my dear, you have to then see your whatever procedure you have to do, apply oil and whatever you do with that, you keep that ready, and then you have to start your steel cut to sight. Remember, this is to cut to sight, and if you can do that double steel rings, the bottom and top, and all links you have to provide. So rings means in waist slab, and also you have to prepare risers together during work. So and of course electric pipe would come. There is no major use of AC here. That was a point, this very important point I'm talking to you, really important from construction viewpoint, that you are in now in flow of construction of steel, very important element, component of the building, because it shall take you to end of building, to end of work. Okay, gentlemen, so we have to think of steel now. Steel to place, how to place steel, marking of all bars as you do in slab. We'll do in slab, we are just not reached slab, we are working on stair. So we have to complete all these details, rings of first slab, and you have to, if it's RCC parapet, I'm sorry, yes, it's RCC and there. Alright, now we have fixed the screwdrivers. Let's say you have fixed the screw. You had also prepared risers. Risers means only risers, because threads are automatic formation in this case. Threads are not exposed to weather. So all those risers you fix up to landing, and also you make sure that so you be sure your steel is there, that you have to make sure from drawings it's there, and then you have to provide covers, spaces, everything, and then you have to call electrical gentleman, because that person has to come to fix lights in waste slab, and or wherever we require that to come and fix that. Well, it will not take much time in that, because connections have to come from somewhere. Then you have to see how your supply will come from where to where, and from stair to stair up. There are points. Now, your sides, your reinforcement there, your electrical person is there, there will be an end. Let's go to now concrete issue. We have done now. We have seen supports. We have provided bracings and supports. And remember, the stair is very complicated. As I said, you think you have done it. Solve quantity is small, indeed, but quantity is small in this not big quantity because it is 4 meters. I said let us say 5 meters, including this. 5 into 1 square meter, 5 square meter, 2.2, and to say 10. One quantity is very little, but small. So you have to be careful about that. You have to pour waste slab and you have to pour stair also. Stair steps, I mean to say, you have to provide steel off. Stair steps also. Each stair has steel reinforcement. And you have to provide shutters. Waste slab should also take portion of steps with this. So it's not simply, I mean the edge of waste slab, you are saying 200 mm, you have to take that height of stair that is 125 you say, so 200 mm and later another 200 mm. So you have to take 400 mm width of stair on both ends, and then it should, this is very important point. And then it should, because they're not going to use a fan, they have to use a fan. You can use that. So my dear, what is available now? Your formwork is available. You have to support your formwork. How shall you support your formwork? That's also a question mark. Bottom is supported means through timber portion or through something which extend out of land, out of soffit, should act out of soffit. So that should, you can provide support there of sides. Here, let us say. So my dear, you are ready now. You have to make sure you have complete right. And if possible, provide complete formwork up to slab level, if it is possible. Because your slab shutter is already moving parallel. You cannot wait for still. Only you can't pour now, but you can pour landing, at least landing full, and then down the plan. So if you now leave steel there, it doesn't harm. It's up to you to decide. So the stair is there in preparation, and you must have good supports to edges, because concrete is going to be 200 and then step concrete, so it's quite considerable height. Now we go to other part of that. That is how to pour it. Again, problem lies in the fact that quantity is very small. Again, very small quantity. And if you are pouring something else there, it's good you can use that. Maybe you are pouring column of other end, then you can connect it that way. You will plan it that way. Maybe you are pouring some other slab or some other column or some other grade slab, then you can take this also. That way it works, because getting quantity of small won't work, won't help. So you have to then think of now one more thing. If you want that stair railing to be RCC, you have to provide dowels now, and you are not going to do RCC. That is something else. Suppose what I think should take place. So, what to do? You are ready. If you are going to use RCC railing, handrail, that depends, means it's not necessary to. If I say, if you use RCC rail, you have to provide steel dowels, reinforcement dowels, which should go into waist slab as well, L shape. Or if you are going to do your mild steel railing or some other railing, then you have to provide something more impact to avoid later on short firing. Better do ask your fabricator to fix his connections here now. Connections, whatever, sometimes they provide some base of that really. Or if you think, no, neither of these we are going to do, we require simply brick wall, it's up to you. But generally, brick wall is not used in homes, ideally steel railing or something, whatever is there means in your specifications, we have to take care of that at that time. And we have to provide steel completely and inside shutter of landing beam. You be careful because that will be cast with this slab, landing slab. So external side full and internal side you have to provide for that beam, and you can say shutters of bottom beam. All be care and it should be complete. And then we fix this edge, these stair risers to, you can say your edge of waist, so that this remains stable. They should not twist during pouring because they are vertical. These risers are vertical. Even if people walk on them by chance, they use some people while pouring, going up and down, they use to walk. So it should be strong enough to make sure. And then you have to put one straight on that, straight timber standing on those risers so that they remain in position. Position means the position. You just put something like that, timber long piece, and they connect to riser. So top position is anchored, and ends of those shutters are anchored to side shutter, formwork shutter of wedge form, side wedge form. I would say this waist slab edge. So you have to fix everything, and there is no form for tread in this case. Tread is exposed to weather or exposed to air. This is what we do in staircase, and you have to then clean it, fix levels, clean it, and wear same way as you do. And light fittings, if there's some light, you have to take care of that. I don't think there's any AC requirement in this, nothing as such. So same thing, you have to make sure safety is not endangered, and of course safety and quality are not endangered. Pouring, how you pour, that's a question mark here. Pouring sequence is quite different. Pouring means you have to come from bottom up. Bottom up because you have to use elevator. You cannot go from down and go from up down. That's a reverse cycle. You can do, but there are chances of segregation in that case. So you start pouring from bottom beam and pouring full, because this is approximately 40 or 400 mm, so it's okay. You can vibrate easily. You can pour up and simultaneously pour step out, so monolithic with that, which is a requirement. Don't leave it for future because you already shuttered that and provide reinforcement. You go, vibrate, every step you take care of that, gradually go and vibrate adequately, because there are chances of sides to open. Just be careful of that. Here is sitting open. Those people must have the proper adequate arrangement for, and then you vibrate, then reach step by step to landing. So the next point is, I can say that we have to understand clearly our sequence when you have to reach to landing level. Landing is also fixed and you have placed your marks. And of course, if you have not taken steel reinforcement of upper flight, then you have to provide dowels for upper flight. Be sure of that, and of course, quite you have to completely pour in one sequence, full landing and below landing, and also your, I mean to say, below beam and waist slab with all stairs, vibrate and finish. Not steel table timber, finish by timber, but vibration is important. Level it properly because you have to provide finishing on that. And all insert which your rail person, rail fabricator has fixed must be set in, and also if there is reinforcement it should be. So that's what stair is all about. And this is a waist of stair, only one waist, very important. Don't allow anybody to go on that. Haitian beds after, or use curing compound or use Haitian dye, up to you. You can use spray Haitian, or you can use, if you spray saturated Haitian or polyethylene material dye, it's okay. And this was what say about normal statement. I am giving a very nominal statement for staircase. This is, and I think I will mention something else also in this triangle because I can show you here now. And why not to make use of this time to show something? No. This is something I brought this first. It's coming in my room. Because this is not a conditioned room and fan, this is a fan by my drawings fly out. So this is very old drawings, very old drawings. You can't even imagine how old these are. I'd like to show you what now you may understand better. I'm showing you. You see that waist I now. Again, I'll show you this means this waist, as I now explained to you. You know that this is what I said, landing beam here, and this is landing, and of course you can say that this is beam bottom, and this is waist slab, and waist slab, and this is of straight stair. That's why there's a landing in between. But what I'm telling you are different, and you can say here. I'll show you other one. And, and for stability purpose, you see in other direction, if stability is required, in other direction also there will be beam in longitudinal direction at same level. If you think it's required for earthquake for other reasons, you can put a longitudinal beam also parallel to that. It's generally done on major projects. It's done there, means you can't leave that behind. If it's required, you put that program on. It's not against law. It's not against law. I also say that. And now I'd like to show you maybe some other details. Now I'll show you here some, though I'm not showing. It says stair cap, we call the stair cover. Stair cover, that is, just hold it this way. Now this which I am showing you is stair cover, that is I call it stair cover. Let's have a look on that. You will find that before here. This just like this. You see, this is section. This is a triangle, and there's a beam here. This is a cover at roof, above roof of stair, and it is here. You see, longitudinal section here. You can see this inclined one which I'm showing is slab cover. So this is the stair cover we call it. Generally people keep it inclined. It's not necessary, but for decoration purpose, for architecture purpose, they put this like that and put an reinforcement in that. So this is like that. And then see, and I'll show you also this. And thus I would like to show you something else in this, which is also very important from engineering viewpoint. And say this is the framing, actually the framing of the building. You can say when beams, columns, and slabs are connected, it's called framing, and that's one framing. You can see here there's a frame here. You see from here, the full scale frame. This is this is like this. You can say there's a frame here. If you push on this computer, actually, framing is there. I have to take it apart. Let me show part. Framing. Oh, let's see like this. Let's see. This is the frame. So you see that frame here. Beams and columns are shown separately. It's that framing. You can see that. So I put this slab off. This one is off for this, and you have tear away. Just keep back these things. Just in that place. Because these times the whether it is torn is a problem again. I know other copy of this and no soft copy even because these are all manually drawn. There was no soft copy for this one. So I did not take any risk. This torn or not torn this, and that's also here you can see anything that is like that. So I put pen now on. So this was what I tried to tell you about complication of stairs, and it's very important. Of course, I tried to tell something in the book, but that's still there. So why or in the book is that now arrange for items that include in the use checklist and available at time of inspection. Those start of supervisory operation specifications and clear all details and all of this are defined. Now, actually, I was telling about this about now two major items have this is stair and lift. So it is there now. It says those make complete arrangement of final box of prepared checklist of movement joints and lesson blocks. So check this. Difficult to read from this. Okay, I'll tell you about this. It's going to cause problem for myself. I put this off because it's tearing away. The pages are tearing away actually, so I can't handle this. Difficult to handle this. So what I was explaining on this is that we have major items that we have done now, columns, and we have of course done foundations, columns, ground floor we have done lift, and we also done now half of stair, I should say half of staircase, and then we have to think of, as I said, certain fascia. Fascia means if there is a fascia, I mean to say something internal between we'll do that later. Let's not say slab. Slab, which is a member, which generally in our technical language is called a diaphragm. DIPHRAGM. It's called diaphragm because purpose of slab is to take horizontal loads, vertical loads, and also horizontal forces. For that purpose, called diaphragm as well. This purpose of slab, we call it suspended slab actually. There are two types of slabs actually. Oh, two types, well, I will say three types actually. One is called slab, suspended slab, simply supported we call it. Means let us say this is I can't see it. I mean, let's say this table is a slab. This table is a slab. Or I should say, let's say this page. Let's say this is a slab. This is a slab here. I'm holding it like this. Don't consider this is column. This is a slab, and there's a wall here below this, a wall here below this, wall here below this, and wall here below this. There are walls below this slab, and of course, then there are walls. There should be some door to enter. And there may be something about another room there, no problem. Now, this slab which rests on walls, and there are brick walls or block walls all around them. If slab rests on them, if slab rests on them only, nothing else, only walls and slab, it's called free slab and simply supported slab. Even if it's on two walls, it's same, or four walls, same. No beam, no column, nothing. Means it is structureless slab. It's heavy slab, and it rests on walls. That's only structure here. This means wall below are structure walls, and we can say those are load-bearing walls. Load-bearing because weight of this slab, forces of this slab go to those walls. This is one type of slab. This is very ordinary slab. Generally, it's not, you can say, kind of structural slab, except its own structure. Except slab's own structure, there is no other relation except that it is born on these walls, bearing on these walls, nothing else. This is one type of structure. It's also suspended because it's suspending on walls. It's not fixed on walls. Suspending, and it's called suspended slab. Also others are suspended slab, but different fixity. In this case, there is no fixity on walls, no connection on walls, just resting on walls. You may say free resting, no horizontal resistance, no controls. This is one part of wall. Beam, I mean the slab, and generally people call in our country linter. They call it linter. I don't know why they call it linter. That is their problem. Their trade language is linter, but it's a slab. We call it simply supported slab. Or another one, when there is a slab here. There is a slab here. There are beams here all around. There are beams, and these beams are on columns. 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 Pillars, people call pillars, but these are columns. And these columns go to foundations below. These four columns and this slab is called a kind of frame. You can say a portal frame, P-O-R-T-L, portal frame. Because these columns are fixed to beams, and beam is fixed to slab. These are all connected, structurally fixed. not normal. So it is called, you know, it is called it is called fixed, it's called structural slab or framing. You may say combination of this slab, these beams and these columns along with that foundations is complete framing. Load from this slab, load or actions, let us say load, all loads, its own load, and whatever load comes on this, its own load, finishing loads here, flooring load, and goods kept on this, and people living on this, use of this, whatever, all those loads come on this, and from this, these are transferred to beams around in certain proportions, and from beams, these are transferred to columns around here, and from there to foundations. Now just think that, I'm just informing you, I'm not going to tell you theory of that. This is called framing. And when there's a load here, you see what happens. See, now imagine that beams are there, I'm holding it only. Imagine beams are there, everything is there. Just start. Now what is happening? If I stand here, it goes down, right? I leave there, it comes up. It goes down, it comes up. It goes down, it comes up. If it goes down and comes up, similarly columns must be affected. They must be raised or down, right? Because I am doing this. So columns are connected to this. They must be affected in same manner as these beams and slabs are. This is philosophy behind this. This is philosophy that it must be like that. Though it's not same, but internally this action like that. It actions like that. Column are also up down, beam is also up down, slab is up down, and of course foundations in certain proportions. This is action of loads of this. That's theory behind this. What engineer does, what engineering does, we try to stop this. We try to stop this within certain limits. That's what is engineering. This is working like this. We are going to stop this permanently, that this should do this but not affect anything. That force which is coming out of this action should be taken by concrete and by steel. That is philosophy. Both materials, concrete composite material and steel bars, both have to share their forces from here, and also columns which forces are transferred to them, and also foundations which forces are transferred to them. This is called structural phenomenon. Action must be, it is seen, felt, but these should digest that. Digestion of all this reformation means formation up and down, up and down, up and down. There's a movement. So relocation of everything, position should remain intact. Effect of those forces must be taken by this frame. That is phenomenon behind. When I say, again I show you, when I say this, that I do like this, when I say I do like this, right? Loads which are transferred to beams, they all are affected. The slab itself is affected. The slab moves. Its slab moves, right? It's moving up and down. It's moving, this way, this way, this way, this way, this way, this way. So I'm showing like this. It's moving like this. Bending down, bending up, bending down, bending up. And this is creating some force, and that force we call it bending moment. Bending moment. Movement, not direct load. Direct load is there, but movement, some here, some here, some here. This is this. It is trying, this force is trying to bend this slab in all directions. That force is trying to bend that. That will do. We can't say no. It will do. Forever it will do. But forever this material which we call R, C, reinforcing cement concrete shall digest those force in slab, in beams, in columns, in foundations, and even if there's upper structure, all shall digest all such force from every floor. This is we have to try to do, and for that we detail everything. And this is one part I said, bending moment. This generates other, because it's coming down. You see, it's moving up and down. It's moving up and down. So we say force is bending moment, but it's coming down. It comes at this point here. It comes at this means from its horizontal level, it's come down by millimeters. That's deflection. It is deflected. It may be up deflection, it may be down deflection. It may be up deflection, it may be down deflection. And that is called hog sag. When it's down sag, it's hog, it's sag, it's hog, it's sag. And those forces, bending moment, deflection, also there's another force generated out of this, that's called shear force. Shear means which breaks, which tries to break. Reaction means one force which we use on that tries to transfer many classes of forces. Live load is there, dead load is there, and this creates this up and down, bending moment, then deflection, then shear force, and movement also. This way, that way, this way movement, that way movement. Various kinds of force are resulted in, and there is resistance to every force that is required to be done in our world of design, which you may not be aware of, many of you. And that is where engineering applies, design engineering applies. This whole frame moves from one vertical position to other position, this way, that way, this way, which we call horizontal deflection, or sway, means it moves. It doesn't exactly stand where it is. You might have experienced while standing on a bridge, railway bridge or some other bridge, and while train comes in, you see there's a vibration, and when train passes away, this vibration diminishes and stops to zero. Again it does and stops to zero. Same thing is here. It may be due to wind force, it may be due to earthquake force, it may be due to something else. There is impact on frame, and that is where we say engineering is involved. What size of column we make, what size of beam we keep, what thickness of slab we keep, all those parameters depend upon what forces are coming there, how much steel we have to keep in. There is no criteria you have to keep so many kilograms per square meter. No, that's not our design. It's builders' technology, we don't accept that. So many kilograms, that's only for some thumb rule, we don't accept that. We calculate everything. Which millimeter diameter shall be done, how many square centimeters shall be done, we calculate like that. It's not, oh, so many kilograms per square meter. That is not engineering. That is not engineering. Engineering is this, I'm telling you. Each and every member, each slab is designed, each beam is designed, each column is designed, everything is designed, keeping in view all these principles as I told you. Action, direct action, live load, or you can say dead action, or what forces are there, what moments are there, all we check, calculate, make sure that we provide more than that force resistance in this. If there is we have to say a factor, additional factor we provide, in some cases 50% more, in some cases 25% more, like that, depending on requirement that we design that structure. And also those beams and columns and slabs are provided reinforcing bars, which we call saria, accordingly at every junction, at where beam and columns are meeting, where slab and beam are meeting, and columns and foundations are meeting, at wherever at plinth level they are meeting, columns and where means wherever there is, we have spatial arrangement for that. Technically, engineering wise, there is detailing for that, calculation for that. We do all that. Then drawings come to you with those which you may not understand because you are not from that field, but those people are on sites, those are engineering people, executive engineering people, they do understand those, and they do currently But you do not care, masons do not care, or carpenters do not care. That's the problem only. That's where we say quality management, quality organization is very much essential. So 9, now it's 9. It's nonsense, 8. So what I mean to say that we have to be very careful about that point. It's not simply in my hand, it's the engineering hand. We have to take everything into consideration if we want to do right work, and public must be informed about that, and public is unfortunately not informed about that, and that's the point where problem lies in. We cannot simply move on one thing and say no, we don't care for that. No, it's not. This is engineering has to be taken care of in right spirit. That's why I want to spend time on this, to teach, to disseminate what should be done. This is responsibility of engineers. If somebody doesn't do, engineer has to do. I am doing my responsibility to disseminate information to public, what is right, what is wrong. Somebody has to do it. Public is unclear about this, not only this public, all over the world. That's why I am telling everybody, not only in this country, I am saying public all over the world do not know what is engineering. They only know what they see on sites. They think that is engineering. You know about doctors' work. Doctors ask for tests. Go and do laboratory, test this, test that, test this. Because they tell you, we also do that, but you do not know. Every material is tested, even soil is tested. You are not informed. Water is tested. Everything is tested. Every material you buy is tested properly, specification access, and we test it. Codes are here, we test it. It's complete engineering management, organization, all over the world, not only in our country, everywhere. On sites what we work, that is tested. When we fill material, we test. When we do slab, winter, this tested. Is tested in laboratory. We have samples of that, we test in laboratory. And if there's a problem, we test on site also. We take pieces of concrete from site and test in laboratory. So do not think that only what is seen on site is done. Much is behind that. Before site is started, many times consumed, many hours and days are consumed, or months are consumed in some cases to produce those drawings. And after doing that, so much work is done on that. People do not even know how much work is done. There are so many disciplines involved in engineering construction: electromechanical, plumbing, and you can say surveillance, security, building management. So much is involved there. All counties are done. Road work is there, building structure is there, and underground services are there, overhead services are there, piping is there, structural steel is there, pre-stressed concrete is there. How many and what not? And then finishings, of course. And then water retaining structures like water tank, swimming pool, and sump waters, and so many like that. We have every system has different design method, every system is different technology. That is what is engineering about. It is not simply a statement of column, beam, and we do it. No, that's very small part of engineering. And that too is not done properly, unfortunately, because those people not work on site, masons, carpenters, steel fitters, they are not very well trained, and they think it's a domestic trade. They think like that. Oh, my clan used to do it. His clan is trainer for him, not theory. So proper theory, proper skill development is required. Every bend in steel means, every bend of steel means, every length of steel means, every rust piece of steel, they means. No care. You spend money for rust, see, unfortunate it is. You spend money, crores of rupees, lakhs of rupees, you are spending, millions of rupees spending, for what? For rusting? Shame unto all engineers all over the world. I can't say particularly in this country. They accept that. Nobody objects. It may be a government project or be private project. Nobody even points it out. So you are rusting your money in beginning. You are using material in your RCC, rusted material. I showed you many electromechanical video of one hospital. You see those sum of frames, how many rusted? Or they were rusted or not? They're dusted or not, Deva? But who cares? Means at one point people surrender. I let it be. What I can do? What I can do? That is a big point. What I can do? What you can do? What for you are there? You have to do. Who will do? That's the point. Means you may see that I am criticizing everybody. Yes, I am. If you consider to talk of good work is criticism, yes, it is. And if you think it's evolution to improve quality, then you should be thankful to me. But how many? See, we can't beat people. We have to train them. Always positive work is very difficult. Negative, okay, I'll go and kill someone, do it or I kill you. Is that possible? That's not possible. Who is professional here? My question is that. Is honor professional or politician professional? Who is professional? Professional is engineer in this field. Just like doctor is responsible for death of a patient, not administrator. Same way, engineer is responsible for quality, not only here, all over the world. If quality exists, it's because of engineer, and if quality is absent, it's because of engineer, not because of others. I can't blame foreman, I can't blame supervisor, I can't blame administrator, I can't blame politicians, because they are not qualified for that. Their reach is limited. They haven't reached to that level of life where engineer has reached. Even in diploma, they have reached to that level. At least they understand without design engineering. They don't understand design properly, but they understand work. This is my argument. And I blame all, including myself. We are zero in quality. We are zero in safety as well as in quality. Okay, safety can be controlled, is temporary. Until project is there, it's there. But design is forever. Don't take it for granted. Safety can be handled. Other people can handle. It's no problem. Design and executions are handled. Only educated and highly profiled engineers are required for that. And they must update themselves. No question of shame. If I am wrong, I am wrong. And if I am right, I am right. Why run away from responsibility? No need of running away from responsibility. We have to take care of our responsibility. This is minimum. So quality is absent, and in many other countries are absent. I should not name those. I have seen that. Day by day, it's downfall. Okay, we have to concern our life because we are very bad in that. Very, very bad. So only engineers are to be blamed for this. All engineers, all top to bottom, because either they have forgotten, and I don't think that's possible, or they are careless. They don't care. There is no one to enforce this quality system, because I don't think contractor doesn't want quality. I can't accept this fact. Contract is being paid. There is no way contractor can refuse. There is no way. But who is being paid for supervise this? What that person is doing? If that was, I am too busy. No, this is not an answer. You may be busy or may not be busy. That's your problem. Don't take additional responsibility. If you cannot do this, or you have subordinates, you have your delegated engineers, use them, train them. You can train them only when you do the job. And if they don't do their job, this means you are not doing your job. If your juniors are not doing job according to your instruction, this means you are not doing your job. So you should be out then. Why are you sitting in there? If you are not able to deliver quality, you are not doing job. Because whatever you are doing is substandard. Public money is being spent on substandard. Why? I know you cannot give 100%, but I don't expect 25%. I expect at least 80%, 90%. Okay, I know workmanship problem is there, human error is there, tolerance is there. I understand. But how many percentages? That's the point here. And if we people understand this point, we can solve our many problems. Because when you stick to quality means, you know what happens. Contractor has to make profit, right? If quality requirement is there, every eye is open. Nobody will certify with quality, so contractor has to do quality. This means either rates will go up or bad people will be out. Either of these two. Even if rates go up and if you get quality, you are getting returns. At least quality you are getting. 80-90% quality you are getting. I am satisfied with that. But if you are getting 25%, money is going to water. Is that right? Value of your asset is decreasing. Because if you have something collapses after 5 months, 6 months, or immediately, this is a design problem or no problem, but material problem. People say, oh, material use was very bad. So that's itself a problem. Well, I should say that we have to be very smart in this. This is no question of insulting someone. I don't want to insult anybody. It's a question of being faithful to your profession, to your religion. This is my religion. Engineering work is my religion because I have taken oath of engineering and I follow our rules and do for my country. And wherever I work in other country, I'll do for that country. That's my oath. It's not. It's a professional oath. It's not religion. Religion, I consider when I work, engineering my religion. Finish. In name of God, I work in engineering. Engineering is my passion. It's my profession. It's giving me money. It's giving me life. So I have to work for. I have to dedicate myself, devote myself to that until I have that kind of, assumption and not assumption, acceptance. I can't give quality. That is role of quality, and that's what I say. Means that's important in life. And I think many people shall say this person is wrong, he's talking a lot. Let them say. Let them say. What's the problem with that? Let them say. Somebody has to say, but majority would say, no, he's right. If our people don't say, what people will say? Because they are honest. Why be honest? Well, it's okay. Let me close it because this time already much. I could talk. I could not talk about slab. How to pour that? I think tomorrow I would take that up. Slab, suspended slab, and big slabs how to pour because stair, lifts, and this is over. So slab is main point is left hand, which is very important from construction viewpoint. And I will take slab and then. I think we'll see how to. Today also I could not go to FIDIC and that file. If you expand your wings, something to miss, it happens. So my dear friends, now I think it's enough time. I have to close this. Thank you very much for your kind attention. And I shall like those who are here or not here, those who may view this later on also. It's better if you are an engineer, and if you want to write something on this, or if you want me to improve somewhere, or you want to comment on my expressions or my way of presentation, you are free for that. And I invite criticism also. If you think you can criticize, constructively you criticize from real point of view, I'll reply to that as well as I amend, because I'm not doing for myself. It's for in community. If you can do that, that will be very very interesting. That at least you are spending some time on such long videos. There's no way I can make short videos for that. The subject is like that, and one explanation you start, another one comes in, and then another start, third one comes in. And I have to concentrate also for so many hours without taking something in between rest of, and that's also my problem. But no problem. You think that you are working. I feel that I'm working early morning, and It's okay. Means everything. You cannot expect money from every act of life. Money doesn't come in that way. So you have to be very very clear about that. And once you are clear, means you can do whatever you want, and that's life. And life moves like this. And if you can contribute something to your society, to other society, that's okay. Means world is one, and I have worked in many countries, and I still like those countries because I learned quality from there, and quality and how to conduct with people, how to behave. I learned from there. Just thank you very much. I'm indebted to those countries, and thank you very much. With this, I close it.